What up? Can you guys hear me? Trying to get my setup all straightened out here. Let's see. Go back to this. Time to see PJ either succeed or fail. Tune in and find out more on Commander Replay. Yeah, welcome in everyone. So today we're going to be taking a look at more Sephiroth. I've got some variations of the deck, but I do need to figure out how to like really execute this commander well. In my first day of playtesting, I think there's about 2 games worth of streams from the other day, but I played 3 or 4 more after that once I got home from the movies, and it's actually the commander's been a little bit more tricky than I would have initially anticipated. So we're gonna try to work through some of those issues today and see if we can really get this thing humming. I'll start with the counters build. So I made 3 variations. I got +1/+1 counters. I guess this one's gonna be more double strike with some +1/+1 counters. So the idea is like, Swiftblade Vindicator, make it a 7/5, right? Seems pretty disgusting. And other, Strike Force rather, flying double strike Vigilance on a 7/5 seems disgusting. Actually, maybe we'll try this version. I'm excited to try this version. I did roll with the +1/+1 counters. Ugh. I did roll with the +1/+1 counters version for a couple games. It has a few issues with the mana cost and just like the tempo of. There's probably a few too many 5 and 6 drops while also having a kind of slow 5-drop commander. That said, this deck does play better without the commander in play, and with these other 2 variations, I think that Sephiroth is like going to need to be in play to really have any kind of success, and that is a whole thing. Yeah, D-Man, you can jump in a game if you want. He says, I suggest the rings, the ones that give counters on upkeep if it's a correct color. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's not the worst idea. What's the white one do? Is the white one Vigilance? It's not the worst thing I've ever heard. Especially, Sephiroth really needs haste. Like, badly, badly needs haste. Ring of Valkus, I think, is that one. God knows where I'm gonna find a deck slot for it. I guess. So I've been trying to roll with Footfall Crater here because I think it's actually legit for this deck. I'd like to see it more, honestly. Actually, you know what we need to do while we're here? We do need to get more removal and more ramp. Excuse me while I have something in my eye. Yeah, I noticed the removal and the ramp was not up to par for what we need the other day, so we're gonna try and straighten that out right now. Got a swords. I mean, let's start with a path. Oh no, you know what? We're gonna try. Screw path. Path is cool, but Starfall Invocation, is that the one? I just ordered a bunch of them in paper. I haven't actually played it yet, but it looks ridiculous. Yeah, let's get this thing in here. Let's try that. Let's get a Final Showdown. That card is just insane. Just insane. So that's going to help with the removal quite a bit. Probably still a little light on like artifact and enchantment removal. Got the Initiate. We've got Dismantling Wave. I guess Austere Farewell. It's okay. I would love another piece. We got Witch Enchanter. Okay, so maybe we're like okay in that department. Luminarch something is the 2-drop that gives a +1/+. Yeah, I've got that guy. Luminarch Aspirant. Yeah, I feel okay about the protection at the moment. It's really the ramp and the removal that need some work. Ironcrag Feet is a card that I like. Jessica's Will is better. I mean, given Jessica's Will's cost and paper, I try not to run it everywhere because it's like that's not the type of card that I'm gonna have in every paper deck, right? I have, I think, 1 copy of that card, and real big question of which deck gets to use it. So, where possible, I don't know. I have this weird aversion to some cards, like in a very random sense of just like, that card's too expensive. I'm not gonna run it, even though we're on Magic Online and the cost doesn't really matter. So, let's see. We definitely need to get rid of some 4 drops. Man, is this the one? No, we can get. This one does have reanimation. Reanimation is kind of tempting there. And the lifelink on that one's also kind of tempting. Yeah, like every card in here is good. The problem is, we have too many cards. Is the problem. Actually, did I cut the? Yeah, I cut proliferate mostly from this deck. I guess we have truth and justice, which can still proliferate. Proliferate. I can do it twice, can it? Yeah, okay. Bring in the Astral Cornucopia. Do we have enough artifacts for Inspiring Statuary? Maybe not quite. Oh yeah, I saw. Yeah, I did see Zach the from Final Fantasy. I did see that one. You realize you have to play Final Fantasy VII now. I ain't got that kind of time, man. I don't know where you think I'm gonna find time for that. Oh, what's his name? Why are we not finding him? I know you like sacrifice him and he gives indestructible or something. I am not going to quit the girls, thank you very much. I like the girls. Zach Fair, that's the one. Yep, definitely want that one. Age-old question. What are we cutting? What are we cutting? Thank you. Thank you for the spelling. Ugh. So many cards. Runaway Steamkin. Yeah, Runaway Steamkin's going to be ambitious in this deck, I think. We'll get rid of that one. I like all of these cards. I feel like I need all of them. 5 to go. Eeh. Oh, yeah, this one's on attack, so maybe not the diamond pickaxe for this one. The on damage is going to be better with all the double strike that we have. Could probably cut a double striker or two. Who is the worst of them? Oh, funny enough, I was in a 1v1 the other day. Soltari Gorillas was actually ridiculous for the couple turns it stayed in. It got removed eventually, but like I felt great with that thing in play. And if you turn it into a 7-5 with this, you can blow up a lot of stuff. Strike Force, Bitter Thorn, Joshua. 103, huh? And really low land count? Yeah, that doesn't make me thrilled. What can we get rid of? Well, age-old time of counting the ramp. Let's count the ramp. Yeah, 11 is, what's 12? 12 is a touch or two lower than I usually go. There's 13. Okay. 13 makes me feel better. Yeah, I mean, I guess we probably just got to drop some creatures. I like this Cat Knight just because I have memories with this Cat Knight. So it's not going to be him. Could be the Sunstriker. Though, man, the flying with this deck seems ridiculous. Maybe we need to get rid of some of the 2-drops. Rayev gives more double strike. How many things don't have double strike? I guess that's a question. This one gets it, I think. Yep, that one gains it. I'm gonna cut Sarah Ascendant. Like, we know what Sarah Ascendant does. If you get it down early, it's insane. Also, you can gain a crap ton of life with this thing. I suppose... Yeah. Wait, actually. If you make Sarah Ascendant a 7/5, how does that ability read? Oh yeah, it becomes a 12 something, 12/10. That seems kind of ridiculous. Maybe I want to try to live that dream one time. Think I want to try and live that dream. Who else is coming out? All right, we'll get rid of the Sunstriker, even though it should probably be in here. We'll get rid of... Your eyes do in fact deceive you. I'm not here right now. If your curve goes low enough, you can cut Dynamo. I mean, mathematically, you should never cut Dynamo. Someone not optimizing their deck to the utmost power, yeah, that'd be me. Where's the 79 Game Changers? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm at a point in my Commander career where, like, I mean, I'm sort of sick of staples, honestly. Like, you know, I get that you need to run some of them, but, like, I mean, even me, I get tired of running Sword of Feast and Famine in every single deck that I play. And so, like, sometimes I build decks without it. Sometimes I lose those games because it's an insanely powerful card and leads you to victory very, very quickly. But, yeah, even me, I get tired of looking at the same cards game after game, right? Like the same old powerful stuff, because then Commander just starts to feel like every other format, and that's not why I signed up for this format. So, we're gonna cut. We cut in Horn of the Mark. How's our? I don't actually know what our card draw really truly looks like in this deck, but I haven't really got to live the dream with Horn of the Mark all that much either, but could really cut a 4-drop. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cut a Johnny and go for what's it called? What's the land that gives lifelink? Witch something. You don't like Ring of Valkus? Yeah, okay, we'll get rid of Ring of Valkus. Witch's Clinic, that's the one. Yeah, like Ring of Valkus is maybe like a little slow at what it does. It's not like the best at its role, but you know, pumping things up can be valuable. Where'd that ring go? Yeah, we'll get rid of it. It brings us down to 101. Question is, do I have like too many things that pump the team? We got 2 Johnnies. We got Felidar Retreat. We've got Virtue of Loyalty. We've got the Sword, and then we've got Anduril. It's like 5 or so things that give you mass +1/+1 counters. Yeah, that one's the card advantage one. We definitely want that one. Maybe cut. Oh, I hate it, but I think we're going to cut Greatsword of Tear. It just, I don't know. It does so much for how small it is. And Semester's End was in the original build, but I had like too many 4-drops and I just had to cut something. So in a more perfect world, yeah, Semester's End would be in here, but I've got like too many things I'm trying to play test and the balance isn't quite there. Eventually, truly honestly, getting the creature count down to about 26 right here is probably where we need to be. Probably dropping an enchantment or like one of these Ajani's or something also would free up some space there. And I guess... what's it gonna be? I can hold off on the Sarah Ascendant plan. We'll try that after. Okay, we have a deck. D-Manny, are you ready for a game? Would you be interested in a creature land for your mana base? No, I'm good. Relentless Bivouac? Haven't seen that. Oh, that's not the right button. Who was here the day that I learned the word bivouac? That is not one that comes up in your daily life. Restless Bivouac. Comes at 2/2. Whenever this land attacks, put a +1/+1. It's not awful. It's not awful. What I would say to you is that if we ever have to activate this, things have gone horribly wrong. And the way Commander plays now, it's just like, I don't know when you find time to activate this thing. Truly, honestly. Yeah, I can live without it for now. It is cool. 5 years ago, I could definitely find a spot for that, but now there's so many crazy lands that... D-Manny, I'm about to fire this game up, so join if you're here. You were there, Tim Birch. What's up, dude? It's been a long time. Firing up the game. Oh, nope, that's not right. Nope, scratch that. Try it again. Correct number of players this time. There we go. I am making it right now. Yeah, don't stream snipe me. I mean, this deck is like mostly creatures and like not that many surprises really, but yeah. So yeah, this deck's been tricky, right? Like, I'll talk about it more as we go through it, but yeah, when I first read it, I'm like, man, turning everything into 7/5 is going to be awesome, right? It's going to be a ton of damage. And then as I started playing it, I'm like, okay, there's a little more nuance here than I previously thought about trying to get everything set up the right way to actually do this. So you missed the videos. Well, I appreciate it. Sadly, I can't really do the like fully edited content gameplay anymore. There's just not enough hours in the day. So that is sad. Also, I was talking to some friends earlier, and I shared. If you guys remember, it wasn't that long ago. It was maybe like a year ago. I did the Maelstrom Wanderer, Colossal Dreadmaw, and Stormcrow deck, and like, I really feel like that video should have more views. That deck is dumb and ridiculous, right? That just seems like it should have done better. So, you know, the YouTube landscape, not super kind to Magic Online these days. All right, we got a game. D-Manny is in the game. Hopefully we don't have to mulligan into Oblivion because I'm cheating on lands too hard, which is a very real possibility. I was talking to Kristen the other day, and she did point out something with this commander, which is that she really wants me to try living weapon creatures with Sephiroth, which may actually be a really good match. It seems very promising. Seems very promising. I know a lot of people were talking about it with Nahiri. I think Sephiroth is actually probably a better commander for it, based on what I've seen so far. Nahiri, I was not blown away with the 5-mana Nahiri. Um, it was just fine. Like it didn't wow me in terms of like equipment, Boros equipment commanders. We need those new Gishath games. You're one of the only creators who will be using big mana commanders. That's a great point. That is a great point. We down to a 3-player game already? Well, 3-player game, it should go quick. Could start a new one, but in the scope of playtesting, I actually want like more games faster. So instead of trying to get a 4-player, because like right now I'm really just trying to like. Oh, well, everyone's gone now, so guess we're remaking. Try it again. Oh, hey, we got a super chat. Zeroed Hero. Thank you. Just showing support. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. Is that Yaquin? Am I saying that right? Yaquin Jones. Yeah, I am still someone that likes expensive commanders and big dumb creatures, and I know those things are out of style these days. In fact, I'm pretty sure my favorite archetype now is no longer Boros equipment. My favorite archetype now is things that were good in 2010 and making them good today. I think that's what I enjoy more than anything else. Because I find, like, all right, how do I find a way to win with, this old dumb thing like Magmatic Force? And that seems to bring me more joy than just about anything these days. Zero Lander, gonna mulligan that. Yeah, that's the cheating on the lands too much. Into 2 lands with. We need a second red, which is a little awkward, but. As long as we draw lands, it's okay. I'm going to try it. I hope we find the second red. If we find the second red, we get to this guy, and then we can exile stuff and try to find more lands. So hopefully that's how that works, but, we'll see what happens. Jake, if I donate $5, will you buy me beer? Would that be the way to get tax-free beer? I mean, I'm sure that money's getting taxed somewhere. You want to bring back Vavictus Primal Surge? Yeah, I still very much remember the time that I chugged a can of Surge on camera. That's one of those things, like, I did that, and I felt terrible the rest of the night. Like, I couldn't sleep, had a stomach ache. Lesson learned, do not chug a can of Surge. Birchie, welcome to the Blade of the Legion. Did you just become a member? I gotta get like stream elements or something, like if I'm gonna be doing this more. I gotta get more professional about this stream. Maybe that's a project for this weekend. There's a third land. It's not the color we needed, but it's a start. Fourth land, and we're into Ignite the Future or Iron Crag, and both of those are a good place to be, I think. I have found that Iron Crag Feat is particularly good for equipment decks, because especially when you have an expensive commander, like I find it really good in Aurelia. That turn you're trying to get Aurelia in and potentially equip something, it's fantastic for that. Because if it's just Aurelia and equip a sword, you don't really care about the only casting one more spell. And there are other rituals. Jessica's Will is gonna be like, I mean, it's just a more powerful card, but this thing's like $1, and Jessica's Will is 25 or something. So, for $1, I've been liking what this does. Seething Song is also a possibility. Those are up to like $5 in paper, which is surprising to me. It's good. Doesn't feel $5 good, and it has a few reprints, so it seems strange, but I'm sure another reprint of that at Uncommon, and I mean, it should drop handily. I just don't know where that would happen. Like, it would have to be in like a Modern Masters kind of thing, probably, so who knows, but Yeah, this is a it's a niche card. It doesn't go in every deck, but for certain styles of decks, okay, there's a creature. Creatures are good. We like those. Maybe not the red land we were looking. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Play the boots. Do I have this in Ashling? I should probably have that in Ashling also. Get a lot done with that also. Yeah, but just like mana hungry commanders and stuff, I find Ironcrag Feet to be fairly decent. The triple red can be a little. It can be a thing if you're in a two-color deck and your mana base is budget or uses a lot of basics. You got to be careful about that, but because a lot of my decks, most of my decks don't have triple red cards in them, so a lot of times once I get to a second red, I'll start fetching planes because I'm usually trying to work my way toward a Maria, and that's a whole thing. D-Man's got some stuff. Got the Generous Plunderer and Adeline. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may create a tapped treasure. When you do, target opponent creates a tapped treasure. Yep. I wish they gave us the treasure because we got a red thing we need to cast. Yeah, Adeline is a very good magic card. Very, very good magic card. Upgrading the membership all in one go. Dude, you rock. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You're one of like the really old school Patreons. You were like one of the first people to join, if I'm remembering right. Back in what year was that? What year did I start the Patreon? Must have been like 2019, probably. If I had to guess, I would say 2019, which seems like forever ago now. Yeah, thinking back on the good old days of Commander, 2018, 2019. There was a lot of hype for Commander that I don't think is still necessarily there. Like, it's a more mature format now. Back then, there was a lot of like new interest, new hype, a lot of people trying to learn how to build things, and Commander, if you're brand new to it, is not like the easiest thing to build for. Yeah, I mean now there's a lot more strategy. Yeah, there's hundreds and thousands of strategy videos now, but like 10 years ago, there was way less of that stuff, and like it was much more challenging to build a good commander deck. Also, who am I attacking here? What's this thing do? I mean, when in doubt, Yarok, right? Yeah, but like going back 10 years, 2015, 2016, was way less strategy content, and there were way less good cards for any given deck, right? Like now you can build a deck of like stuff that's all really powerful. Where back in the day, like, thank you, D Manny. You had certain cards in the deck, like Sun Titan was definitely stronger than just about every white creature in your deck, right? Like Sun Titan was just better than every other white creature that wasn't Stoneforge Mystic and Elish Norton, right? That's just the case. Now Sun Titan's still very powerful, but all the other stuff in the deck is like close. It's a very close second. The gap between those power levels can be similar, and some things maybe even more so, depending on the context. That's an Anim Pack call. I think we're going to be feeling the might of the tokens here. In all likelihood, based on D Manny's start, I mean, someone needs to play a board wipe already. Oh, God. 10 power Adeline. Oh, yeah, we can block one. Love that. How about the power creep on this thing? So previously you had, what's the cat skirmisher guy that I like? I forget his name. Where is he? Sky Hunter Skirmisher, right? Classic card. Been around for a long time. Original Mirrodin block, I think. Now, same idea, better casting cost, only single white, and has vigilance, which is like throwing vigilance onto that with more toughness. Whew, that is some. That is some. I mean, it's not the type of power creep that breaks the game, but uh, you can see how much stronger things have gotten over time, even at like. I mean, that's an uncommon. I remember the days of white being an absolute abomination without card draw and limited ramp, and now look at us. Yeah. Oh my god. Like the card draw. Yeah. The card draw was so bad. I was always able to kind of like you could fake the ramp in white, using your land taxes and okay, Counter's transformation on the Adeline. That's good. It's gonna slow things down just a teeny bit. We like that. We like that. Um, Yeah, but yeah, there were some problems, and not only that, right? Like that stuff was bad, but again, a lot of your creatures that weren't Sun Titan, Stoneforge Mystic, or Elish Norn were really just not where you wanted them to be, right? Like White's creature pool at that point in time was also pretty rough. Oh my god, that's so funny remembering that Sun Titan was like the strongest last time. I remember that getting back that one fetch was like a big advantage. I mean, it still is. Like getting back that fetch and doing it, let's say twice, is a really powerful thing to do. I have a whole bunch of like random screenshots. Yeah, I can just show them to you. I can just show them. Like periodically when I'm in games, cause I used to post them on Twitter. What folder is it in? Is it in here? Because I used to post screenshots on Twitter when I was doing stuff, and uh, I still take screenshots of like cool moments that happens in games. And there was one from the other day. Why can't I find it? But let's get this sorted by date. Yeah, here we go. Sephiroth ramp. Right, this is a game from the other day. This is turn 6 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lands because of this Sun Titan. Right? So good. I have a number of those. Well, I guess some of them were on the old hard drive, but yeah, I've had a lot of those moments over the years. Sun Titan with a fetch land. So good. So good. Well, we didn't catch the land, so I think that puts us on this Ignite the Future. Honestly, I'd like to hit 2 lands with this, if possible. This one can be played as a land. Thank God we hit one at least. Could be your plateau. I'm gonna ease up on the Yarok just a little. They don't, other than the one. I mean, I guess they have this thing in place, so they protect from anything anyway. So we'll probably just poke D Manny because he's looking very aggressive at this moment. This might need to go in more equipment decks. I mean, this flying double strike vigilance. You drop a sword on here, you'd be rolling. Yeah, Sun Titan plus fetch land is still better than like a lot of things you can be doing in white. Combine it with a green creature that has Crucible of Worlds, Exploration, Self Mill. Yep. Yep. Who's getting the treasure? Yay, we get the treasure. We might be able to keep playing Magic. No idea how we're getting to our next land drop. That one I'd like to figure out. Oh, hey, we got 21 people watching the stream. That's the most in a while. Be sure to hit that like button and get more people in to watch the stream. That's what we like. We like people watching. Not people watching, but people watching. Let's see what D-Man thinking. Yeah, it's pretty big. It's got menace. Can't do much of that. Surprisingly, that Rose hasn't come down yet. And I'm Pakal doing work. I have not actually played this one. Everyone's been talking about it for ever since it came out, but just haven't gotten around to it. Yeah, we could block a 1/1. Thanks, Jake. Buster Sword. Who's got he's got Buster Sword? Jeez. I didn't even see that come down. Cathar Commando is not great. This thing's indestructible. Yeah, that's indestructible. So it's not going to hit that. You know, the big question is, actually, I mean, did I just cast Yarok right here? What's this thing say? Whenever a goblin or orc you control deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card. Yeah, this is a goblin, so it's definitely not going to be D-Manny, but if we can find an opening on one of these two players, sneak this guy in, and get to that next land, that's going to be pretty big, I think. Wouldn't be sad if someone just dropped the board wipe right here. It'd be sad to give up the Shrike Force, but that'd be... I'd happily give that up to get rid of all this nonsense. Cultivate. Yep, gotta get that ramp. Gotta get the ramp. So anyway, I talked about some of the struggles with this deck, and right now I think is a good time to talk about some of them. In this case, we're being punished a little bit because of the fact that I'm probably just not running enough lands. I probably need to add 2 more lands into this deck, to be completely honest. Which is just going to be so painful. There's just so many things I want to run. But you have this big setup problem with the deck where, so on 2, we played the Greaves. On 3, we played Shrike Force. What are we doing for? 4, we went Ignite the Future because we were kind of stuck. You know, we could cast this, but like, and it's like, maybe it looks a little different if we played something else on turn 4, like if we had our fourth land drop lined up. But, you know, even if we just drop this down, it's like, it's not that impressive in the moment. There's a lot more setup it takes to get your board into a good spot to actually want to do this. And then you also need the mana. And then you also, what's this do? Whenever one or more cards leaves your graveyard, draw a card, make a treasure, make a zombie. That makes me nervous. Braids, yep. That's a card. Opponent's got 4 mana right here. Like, I can't even imagine what's in their hand. Squalled Seed Mercenary. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Wow. Yeah, that's going to be strong. Unless if opponent doesn't interact with this, then that's 2 more lands, and we are going to be behind on the mana. That being the case means that we probably don't want to just jump. Like, we probably want D-Manny to kill the other players, because I think it's going to be... We're not set up great to do it ourselves in this moment. Yep, and then they do more stuff. Yeah, that's a lot of value happening right there. A lot of value that I'm very jealous about. We're also last in the turn order, which is not helping anything with all of this. So, oh, you know what we can do? Depending on what we want to give up, we can go like. No, I'm not sacrificing anything. Thank you very much. We could go Chivalric Alliance and get a creature, maybe 2 creatures even, and that can draw a card. Potentially, we could go for the Goblin. And look at even more cards that way and make sure we hit our land. I'd like to hit the land. Let's see it. Show me a land. It's ramp. It's just not the land we were looking for. That actually... So what that does... that can get us caught up, like maybe probably not this turn, but next turn. Also, we can't get the boots off without another creature, so that's a whole thing. So what I think we do is go Lizard Blades. Make sure we read this. Whenever you attack with 2 or more creatures, okay. Move the boots. Are we giving up on Rayev? I think we're giving up on Rayev. Get the Chivalric Alliance because we really need to get these lands straightened out here. Go to combat. We could send this one in here and this one in the air. Draw the card. There's a land, thank God, and one that makes red mana. And also, if we cast our commander, additional scrying or things, what do we got? Human, Avatar, Soldier. There should be a decent number of humans in this deck. Okay. Importantly, that also gives us Austere Command mana when that should become relevant. Put the boots back on the flyer. I care more about the flyer. And sadly give up on Rayev. I wonder if this is an Aetherize out of opponent and he's just been holding it against D-Manny. If that's the case, I would say it's pretty good discipline to not use it on any of the other stuff that's come at him so far. Have you had the chance to think about using the O'Hare creature type to flip into your lands, Exonal or Tok? I have not thought about that for this deck specifically. I don't know. It takes what are they? You play them and they die and they become the land. Is that what happens? Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I would call that like a reliable ramp source. Like if you play that card and if you spend the mana and the tempo for that card, you probably want it on its front side. You know, the consolation is the fact that it's a land and then you can flip it back over. But especially on Magic Online, I feel like games just don't go that long anymore. Like, because it's like, all right, maybe a board wipe lands. A lot of times they don't. And even if it does, because people's decks are usually pretty what's the word I want? Just, you know, on Magic Online, everyone's going to be running a lot of staples because you can run all of your best cards in every deck, right? So, like, even after a board wipe, people rebuild really well. Send in the 3/4 our way. That's fine. We see like he doesn't have surprisingly he hasn't played Iroas. Probably just a tempo thing, but yeah, we have a couple artifacts. It's gonna hurt a little bit. Etherize. We can see it. More stuff. You know the problem now? The problem now is that he's got all of his mana open, and like he doesn't really need to play more creatures, but could very easily have a Teferi's Protection. Does this kill Yarok? I don't think it's quite lethal, but Legion's Landing is like an okay piece of ramp. It's you know it's not the best at any single thing that it does, but you know it ramps and can make tokens as needed. But again, you need to be making a lot of mana to actually do that. No, we're just gonna take that damage. We have to keep our Strike Force alive. Am surprised that he did not finish the Yarok. Maybe it's the open mana he was trying to play around. It did kill the Generous Plunderer, which had been helping us, but also that damage to each opponent is going to add up pretty quickly. So that's, you know, gets something off of his board, which is nice. Oh, this is going to drain his life too, isn't it? Beginning of your upkeep, you lose. Oh, yeah. So opponent's time is limited here. Down to 3. That is very low. Opponent lost some stuff over here, so opponent's both losing creatures in the Tangle, which I like. I am nervous that D-Mandy didn't actually cast anything, so what's he sitting on? We have a Final Showdown, almost 3, so it's a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Could have his own like Final Showdown. Teferi's Protection would be scary. If he had a Chroma's Will, I don't maybe not quite a Chroma's Will territory. It could be any number of a lot of very nasty things. I mean, opponent just drew with this thing again. They're up to 11 cards. I think they've played like they've discarded 4 and they just scooped. Okay, down they go. Did they play actual nothing that game? Or they played the One Ring? I think that was it. Really not entirely sure what was happening there, but until end of turn, creatures other than it get -2/-2. That'll clean up a lot of tokens. Oh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. Also, yeah. So if he has the Teferis, this should bait it out because I think this is this is definitely enough stuff that he would save it. We'll lose Lizard Blades, which prefer to keep it, but there is a lot of very scary damage over there. What does he have? Perch Protection. Gift an extra turn. Create 4/4s with flying. If the gift was promised, all permanents you control phase out until your next turn. Your life total can't... Jeez. That one was not on my radar. We could use an extra turn, though. Big time. Did anyone get an extra turn? Hey, we get to take an extra turn. Boy, do we need that. Boy, do we need that. With the Feast and Famine, that extra turn can actually be pretty impactful. That creature's black. That creature's black. That's good. So we can go this thing, put a Feast and Famine on it, look at a lot of cards, which we need to do very badly. Choose a creature an opponent controls. Until end of turn, creatures other than... Why didn't Lizard Blades die? Anyone know? Choose a creature and opponent controls. Until end of turn, creatures other than this guy and that creature get -2/-2. Oh, did they choose Lizard Blades? Maybe they chose Lizard Blades. Oh, yeah. They must have chose Lizard Blades. Okay. I'll be honest, I would really rather be hitting D-Manny with the Feast and Famine, because whatever his last two cards are probably disgusting. Yep, this is going to hurt. Well, I guess it's only a 1/2. Well, still taking it, though. Down to 20. They get to reanimate a thing. It's going to be their Braids. Yep. The problem is this is a lot of tokens, and when Iroas comes down, ooh, that's going to be scary. It's going to be hard to block. Could probably really use a Settle the Wreckage. Because I think the stuff we're about to do is probably going to get us killed. Then again, this deck's doing scary stuff too. So I guess there's that. This, unfortunately, gets in the way of this guy. No to that trigger. Turns out Teferi's Protection at home is still a strong card. Yeah. I don't think the game needed another Teferi's Protection, to be completely honest with you. Teferi's Protection itself already a little busted. At least this one's 6 mana, but and it gives someone else a turn. That's like a weird political tool, but yeah, it's all a thing. Okay, well, we need to get a Feast and Famine. Move the boots. Move the Feast and Famine. Anything we can do at instant speed. Could use this at instant speed, which it's not the worst thing I've ever heard of. Yep. In all likelihood, we will lose the Lizard Blades, but I think it's worth an extra card draw right here. There's a land, thank God. Probably really need to find the Settle the Wreckage. Or Teferi's. Opponent's going to be doing some discarding. There's the first trigger. We have no instant speed. That's unfortunate. What does this thing say? Does your life total can't change prevent damage? Like, could we swing into D-Many with this thing and still get the triggers? Anyone know? Play our land. This is probably a good turn to... Yeah, this is a good time for the Ignite the Future, I think. What do we get? Starfall Invocation, Joshua, and Sword of the Animist. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Start casting stuff for free. What can we discard? Honestly, I don't think these guys are what we need right now. Truth and Justice. Play a Sword of the Animist. Go to our next turn. There's a Plains. Play the Plains. Actually, we'll hold off on that for just 1 second. This thing has lifelink. Flipping that's not the worst idea. Can we do that at instant speeds? Ah, sorcery only. Ow. It does have lifelink though. That lifelink might be really important. Play Plains. Yeah, hold off on that. So we could go 5 for, let's see. If we play this thing, we would take 1, 2, 3, 4 to play that thing. That would give us 7 red mana, which gives us 10 total mana. With 10 total mana, that's exactly enough to flip Joshua and cast Sephiroth. We could put the boots on that, and then we could get... it's got Flying Lifelink. It doesn't have Vigilance, but... But we could make it Double Strike, and then it would have Vigilance. Or we could give it Double Strike, and then we would double the life gain. Killing this opponent probably isn't a great idea. Okay, here's what I think we do. I think we go... I'd like to get this... double... okay. Okay, so Truth and Justice. Yeah, so Truth and Justice, 2+ counters on this. With Double Strike would be 4. Oh, and we can get... Okay. Yeah, so no Sephiroth this turn, I don't think. Yeah, we're just gonna... Okay, yeah, I think we've got a plan. Okay, so we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. That we could go Sword and Animist. Yeah, let's do Sword, then Animist. Oops. Equip this thing. equip this thing. Crap, this will kill him. Well, I guess we're taking the brunt of it ourselves because we need this value. Sword. Get a mountain. Feast and Famine and Truth and Justice. Crap, I should have flipped this first. I hate that you can only do that at sorcery speed. It's not great. Counter, counter, counter. Oh, you can only do... Was it only on a creature? Okay, yep. So we proliferate this guy. Down they go. Put a plus counter. Yep, here. Then proliferate that again. End step. Okay, so then we need to flip this thing and get put the blades on there. Wait, what does Iroas say? Prevent all damage that would be dealt to attacking... Ah, crap. That's not going to work. That is not going to work. We're at 17. If he has like any form of double strike, we are hosed. Iroas and Commander? Probably. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so we're going to have to Iron Crag that. No, I don't think we have enough for that either. Yeah, maybe killing them wasn't a great idea. You still do damage. Their life total can't change. Oh, we could have sent the Goblin in. Crap. I should have played all this differently, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, was I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Okay, yeah, Iroas will be a creature, but could very easily become not a creature. I mean, I guess we just go Iroas. Let's see how bad it's gonna be. It's a lot of flying. Land. What does he have? Iroha's coming in. He's got 2 mana left. How much is this sword? 2 to equip that. I think we can survive this. Whether we win or not, I have no idea, but... Yeah, here comes everything. So if we use 2, what's the biggest one? Block that. We can block 2 things. We can block that, and then we can block this, which is 3. Oh, it's going to be close. You know what we should do? I think we should dump this. No, because we can only make 1. Yeah, 1 doesn't get us an additional blocker. Okay. Yeah, Menace. Menace is a real thing. Hope we survive. Oh, I'm less sure now. Nope, that's not where that goes. And pray. This feels like too much. Yep, and we're dead. Because of course. Yep, there's what I mean. I guess we didn't really ramp the way we needed to, so more ramp. I don't know, maybe it's just like a product of Magic Online where like decks just operate very fast. I knew it too. I'm like, the one turn, there was one turn where Demon Many was tapped out. I don't know if we had Mana Frost Your Command. I don't think we did, but I kind of knew it that like, oh, he's gonna have the protection spell next turn, and right, like we're not gonna be able to interact. Yep, that was all unfortunate. Let's try it again. It's time with more ramp. I'm gonna get rid of Rayav. I think most of the things in the deck already have double strikes, so get rid of that. There's more room in here. Get a war room. Nope, we already have one. What's the Surveil land? Is it the Parlor? Yeah, we'll take one of those. I'm going to cut Horn of the Mark in favor of more ramp. Yeah, you gave me treasures in an extra turn. I'm just annoyed because, like, I don't know. I probably should have left the other guy alive. Then you'd have to split your damage and all that. And then, but I just, like, I couldn't get anything going. And that's been my experience so far. Maybe it's the mana and the ramp issue. But, yeah, I mean, I was just trying to, like, cling to try and make land drops. And that wasn't going all that well. I think we hit them all for the most part, but it was just, you know, it was a lot of stress and couldn't really, like, just couldn't set up. Couldn't set up the way we wanted to. We didn't even use the that I messed up too because so the plan was I was gonna flip Joshua because it's lifelink on the other side, but then I realized Iroas I needed to do that on the attack because Iroas prevents the damage, right? So my plan was to block with lifelink against your stuff, but because Iroas prevents the damage, that doesn't work. All right, that's a land and a piece of ramp. Hopefully that's enough to... Maybe we need a land tax. Is that a land tax? Um... I'm going to get rid of Bastry's Lieutenant just so we need to get rid of a 4-drop. Try it again. Yeah, and it's just like, I don't know, that's just the way the deck's been playing, and maybe I cut too many signets, right? I think we might be in the era now where you just need to have signets all the time, and I hate that era, to be honest with you, but... Yeah, because honestly, like if I had some kind of ramp early, I could have austere command the turn you were tapped out, and then you know you don't like protection spells are broken for exactly the reason that we saw in that game, right? Like that's sort of the issue is that it's like, oh, I if I don't exactly interact on turn 5, I will completely lose my chance to interact. Like I had two board wipes when you phased back in, right? I had the one in exile and I had one in hand, and they're both sorcery speed, so it's just like nothing I could do. Maybe I need to get back to running Magma Quake. Sure. Nope. Did it already, who's in this game? Yeah, this deck's been weird. It's been like, I've just been getting like weirdly frustrated. Okay, we have land. We have land in a war room. That feels like something. And this can make a creature. That's exciting also. Okay. Oh, not that deck. Ugh. Keep. Oops, didn't make it on time. I'll see how my voice holds up. I don't know if we'll be able to do another third one here. My, feeling a little hoarse today. And we're going last again. Yeah. Love that. There's another thing, too. If I'm ahead of you in the turn order, I probably get a board wipe off. Yep. Going last. So much fun. So much fun. I hate that we have not solved the going last problem. Like, it is such a disadvantage. Ooh, and a good creature. How about that? Get the misfail down. Thunderclap Drake. But yeah, protection spells. Like, I love Teferi's protection, but it's kind of a busted card. Like, it so often leads to a win. Basically, I mean, any point past like turn by turn 7 definitely, right? Like by turn 7 there's too much stuff on the board, and if they successfully Teferi's protect, then they're going to have too much, and unless you have some very specific cards, it's probably the game, and it's frustrating in that sort of sense. Ooh, that's kind of spicy. Okay. Okay. Play the Rugged Prairie. So the end step will make a knight. on our turn, we put Sticky Fingers. I've been wanting to get some more action with this one. I think early in a game like this can really do a lot of work. Maybe even through the mid-game a little bit, depending on what people are doing. Riku. Yep. What's this thing do? Cast a spell. Exile a card. Put a counter on it. Gains trample or make a bird. I'm already feeling better about our setup this game. We have the lands. We have a little bit of card draw. We have more card draw with this thing. Cloud. Yep. Opponent's probably going to have it out for us because we killed them last game. So, ooh, Cloud with the Mask of Memory is a lot of card draw. That's a really good thing. Yep, there's the Mask of Memory. Virtue of Loyalty. What a card. I should buy some of these. Gyre Sage is disgusting in that deck. That is a giant problem. That is like a unbelievably massive problem. That will make so much mana. Yep, put a counter. Permanents you control counters have Ward 1, so spot removal is worse. Well, before we forget, let's make our thing. Cast Make a Knight. I will say, Virtue of Loyalty, like, because so often in the modern era of Magic, the white card of a Mythic cycle is so often trash. Virtue of Loyalty, on the other hand, does get me excited and want to play white decks. I just think it's a really cool card. End step maybe makes it like a teeny bit slow. Combat would be, more ideal, but the untapping, pseudo vigilance. There's a lot you can do with that, right? I mean, it sort of acts as vigilance, but it also, you can fool around with untapped shenanigans, and you guys know me. I like my untapped shenanigans. Okay, brings it back to our turn. Let's play the Sacred Foundry untapped. Play the Sticky Fingers. We have Menace. We do this thing. We hit that guy. Make a treasure. We use the treasure for this Prophetic Flame Speaker. Okay, we're decently set up. Am I excited for the new Edge of Eternity set? I have not looked at it at all. I am still digesting Final Fantasy. Still digesting Final Fantasy. I think I finally got a handle on like most of Final Fantasy at this point, or at least the stuff that I care about in terms of Commander. No, I really haven't looked through Edge of Eternities yet. I would love it if D-Manny bounced this cloud right here. Because as mentioned, that is a disgusting amount of card draw. Especially this early. Although I guess they'll be above the max hand size. Yeah, we'll see. What does this do? Black Dragon, base power, toughness 4-2, and flying, and death touch, and goaded. Okay, those are things. Flying's a real keyword. Ooh, 36 people watching the stream. What up, everyone? Man, haven't seen that many people in a long time. I'm glad you're all here. So, for anyone that wasn't here at the open, we are playing Sephiroth Fallen Hero. Right now, I am working on a double strike version of the deck. There's kind of a lot of different things you can do with it. Going back to... So, I made a counters version, +1/+1 counters. I found that deck works the best without your commander in play. But it was struggling just on like mana issues, and maybe I just need to ramp a lot more to make all of that work. That's probably the issue. Right now we're on this double strike version, where I'm trying to use a lot of like low cost double strike creatures, and where's some more of them. And the idea is we turn them into 7/5s, and that should be an insane amount of damage, and potentially more once we start putting plus counters on them. I was trying to work on like a super aggressive. I was almost thinking like you can almost do like maybe like a hate bear aggro kind of thing. Making your creatures big opens up a lot of different possibilities, right? So you can use potentially a lot of small creatures that might be underwhelming for various reasons in terms of damage, but have really good abilities. So that's something I need to fool around with, and maybe that needs to be like a stack. And then also I haven't built it yet, but Kristen really wants me to do it with living weapon equipment. I told her I might try that at some point. I don't know that I'll be able to do it tonight because I don't think my voice is going to hold out that long, to be completely honest. But you need to get Eye of Nidog for the Karthus deck. Go turn a creature into and steal Karthus. Yeah, all seems good. What happened to the cloud? Something shot it. Check the game log here. That goes back to its owner's hand. Oh, so we attacked into Halana. Triggers that ability. Did it... Oh, it just died on blocks, I guess. Huh. Oh, they forgot about reach. That's what happened. They forgot about reach. I see. Okay, I'm up to speed now. I am up to speed. Yeah, that's disgusting. Would love to do something about that. Yeah, it's an 8/8 Llanowar Elves. Awesome. It's turn 4. I guess they have a Soul Ring, but still, it just... No love for this deck. D-Manny's played it too many times. Too strong. That, and there's just like so many ways to abuse big green creatures with all the draw. Rishkar's expertise. There's what, 5 or 6 of these type cards? Settle the Wreckage is the card that did not show up last game. I feel like we maybe have a turn before we need it. Let us... Yeah, we'll just poke. See what we hit with the Prophetic Flame Speaker. Send that here. Put this over there. Thran Dynamo would probably be the best thing to do. Get all that extra mana. There's the Flame Speaker. In hindsight, putting sticky fingers on this guy may have been a better idea, but here we are. I wanted to keep that tempo play up. Getting 2 treasures at a time seems ridiculous. We had 2 lands, one of which is a Lotus Field. That is very interesting. Witch's Clinic. Sadly, Witch's Clinic is going to... that's the lifelink. So I guess we... Yeah, okay. Let's play the Thran Dynamo. Cast the Anduril. Get Lotus Field. Give up these 2. And we have ramped. We have ramped. Pass like that. For real, if you want to punish Big Green, you should play Vincent Valentine. He's really fun and actively preys on green decks. That sounds like something I can get down with. Let's check that out. Whenever creature an opponent control dies, put a number of +1/+1 counters on it equal to its power. Yeah, that's cool. We like that. Yeah, you just shoot the big play removal deck. It's sort of like what's his name? The Kresh, the Blood Braided. Sort of like that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And this one's got what? You transform it into Trample Lifelink. Love that. Titania's Command. Make some 2/2s and search for land cards. Okay. Depending on what the green deck does this turn, I feel like things are probably going to get pretty out of hand with Halana this turn. So we may need to sit on the Settle the Wreckage on our turn, which will eat up a lot of our mana, unfortunately. We could get that, whatchamacallem, Keeper of the Accord after the Lotus Field. That would be sick. I'm trying to start running this more, because I run Keeper of the Accord in most of my decks. If you can get the Keeper of the Accord Lotus Field combo, that is a lot of mana ramp. Squall coming back. Yep. See what the green deck's got. Hope we're not just all dead. That'd be cool if we can survive turn 6. Okay, Kodama. It's good. It's gonna be pretty good here. It's gonna be pretty good here. They're gonna get a lot of lands because, right? I mean, right now they're sitting on 2 lands on turn 5. So like, if you drop an Austere Command, blow up the Soul Ring, they're actually kind of boned. But this will get them out of that jam. Oh, and it's got haste. Cool. Big one our way. Also that one our way. 2 of them our way. Yep. Well, here's a shot for just under 20. Yeah, maybe we needed to settle the wreckage that turn. Unfortunately. How big is this thing? 3/4? Ugh. We may not be able to get the Flame Speaker in anywhere this turn. 4, 7, 8. We'll be on 8 mana. Awkward amount for the Virtue of Loyalty, Settle the Wreckage. Agitator Ant. Oh, that's interesting. We might go with this thing. Getting some size on this would probably be a good idea. Oh, yeah, also puts the counters on it for Sephiroth, which is a thing that we want, so. Yeah, put the counters on this thing. Do they pump this guy? They imagine they will. They didn't. Okay. It's an austere command. That is a magic card. Yeah, the green deck's tapped out. Everyone's tapped out, so a board wipe should go off, which means it probably needs to be this board wipe. We should try to extract the value from the flame speaker and everything else. The 8/9 we can't do much with. Unfortunately, we can't blow up the soul ring. I guess not that we want to because we have our Thran. Yeah, we have 2 artifacts that we would also like to keep. Small creature, small creature, small creature. Yeah, I think it's just got to be all creatures. Okay. Go to combat. This in there. Yeah, I guess this in there also. No blocks. Oh, it's our own Mask of Memory. We got to make sure we get that in play. Treasure and another exile. Nykthos, we also very much want in play. Okay. I think this is going to go pretty good. So play Nykthos. Double check our mana. 4, 5, 6. Oh, wait, no. Where's the thing? That's 4, 5, 8, 9. Okay. Definitely get this mask. Definitely drop an austere command. All creatures. Do we have any follow-up after this? Probably not. Oh wait, nope, it's gotta be red mana. Or white mana, rather. Get the white mana. Okay, good turn. And we get to draw a card. Love that. Love that. Sad to lose our guys, but, you know, the green deck must be slowed down, and that they didn't get too far with the Kodama there. I mean, they went from, like, what would be a disaster to they can still play the game. Siege Veteran is solid. So we get a creature for our next turn. Yeah, pass like that. Yeah, so, I mean, like, we didn't just take them out of the game, which would have been, you know, more ideal. But also preventing them from getting like 2 or 3, maybe 4 lands every turn. Also a good idea, preventing that Halana from getting out of control. Because now, I mean, they probably just have to spend a turn recasting their commander. That's going to be most of the turn. So we buy ourselves a lot of good tempo, and our ramp has done decent. If we can get enough pips online, Nykthos can do a lot. Is that a Cathedral of War? It is. There's one you don't see. Cathedral of War. Oh, that's not the one I'm thinking of. Seedborn Muse, really, D Manny? I just played the board wipe. And a brawl. Good God. Well, at least he tapped out. Gonna need to make our big turn right now. Oh, and he's got the flash land? Ugh. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Venat coming in. Then you get lots of plays with the backside having the scam effect on it. I avoided extra ways to keep growing the backside to give the front side trample because depending when to flip it is half the fun. Okay. Yeah, I might have to check that out at some point. Who knows when that'll happen, but... Oh my god, we have 40 people in here? What up, everyone? Make sure you guys hit the like button. But thank you all for being here. Yep, there comes the flash, so he's going to like empty his hand. And we just used our board wipe. I really hate going last. Like, going last is just... Why do you even bother? Gets the commander. It's probably going to depend a lot on what we draw. But let's just count our mana. So that's 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10 with the treasure. So, I mean, it might just be Siege Veteran Commander. Tight. Kogla. Let's see what Kogla's got. What's the first mode? The first one is ETB Fight. Yeah, let's... I would love it if we killed that Seedborn Mute. Yeah, yeah. I'd be surprised if D-Manny didn't have like a bounce effect or something tricky to save this. More flash. Kogla's not great for our artifacts and enchantments. What's this here? Yep. So what are we doing? We're gonna probably... I don't know which modes he went with, but probably protect it and... Why'd all my stuff get bounced? Oh, return each non-land, non-token. Oh, I see. No, sir, I don't like that. What that does do, that actually changes the tempo at the table a little bit. That basically puts these two players behind us in a weird way. So, as awkward as this is, that may not have been the worst thing that's ever happened. Still love to get rid of that, though. Ooh, and opponent's got a discard down from 11. Oh, they just got punished super hard. Seaborn Muse on the Game Changers list? Because it probably should be if it isn't. I think we need... Well, let's see how we... Let's get the Thran Dynamo back. Need the mana. We can be at up to 6 mana. if we use the treasure, which could be Siege Veteran Iroas. Doesn't seem awful. 1, 4, 5. Or we could just cast our commander, because our commander is a bit slow. Problem is, if we don't have haste, the other follow-ups aren't particularly quick either. So we go this guy first, or we go... Oh, wait. No, that's 8. How much mana did I say we have? Let's just get the commander then. Yeah, we'll go for the Arid Mesa. Plateau. Cast our commander. Yeah, pass like that. Oh. I mean, let's see if they I don't even know if they can if they go land Soul Ring, they can recast Kogla. How's he? Oh, right, he bounced all his stuff. Yep. Flash it all back. Do we have a strip mine of any sort? Not on hand. Baral. Yeah, they did add Seedborn Muse to the Game Changers list. Thank God. This card is disgusting. I hate it. I've always hated it. You could ban this card, and I'd be perfectly fine with that. And all the green players will get upset, but, like, it's too strong. Got a Ral. The worst is I don't even know how we run them out of cards now. Like, you know, essentially we're fighting a control deck, and like I don't know how we stop any of this. This deck does like not really have the removal to do that. This deck is supposed to be aggressive, and like it just seems to kind of fail at doing that. Like, you poke a little. Yeah, I don't know. I've been really struggling with this commander. Because, like, okay, you play a bunch of small creatures, great. They don't do a lot until your commander's in, and getting your commander in takes a lot of mana and a lot of setup, and it's slow. It needs to have haste. And so, like, it's just a lot. And, like, even though, like, we've ramped this game, but I guess we're last in the turn order again, which isn't helping anything. If we were at least in the middle somewhere, it's probably a little better, but and I mean the problem is that if we send an attack over there, he probably just empties all of his removal on us. So it's like, what do we do then? This is actually like, I don't want to say that I'm a proponent of mass discard, but on the few occasions that I've seen mass discard, and I did see it last weekend when I played, mass discard prevents nonsense like this. Like, if you put everyone in top deck mode, this deck is a lot less powerful. I mean, it's got a card draw, it's got the exile ability on there, which can still do some work, but if you prefer like 2010 style commander, 2012 style commander, mass discard is actually one way to get there, because then you get that feeling of everyone kind of being stuck and the game slowing down, and people can't just build insanely powerful boards every single turn and, you know, keep ramping up and ramping up and ramping up. It's like, well, I drew a land or I drew my mana rock, right? Like, and you just kind of have to work with what you got. Please let this go down. Okay, thank God. I mean, is he probably just going to regrowth it back? Yes, most likely. But that at least slows down the nonsense a little bit. But yeah, if you don't like new school commander because everything just ramps up so exponentially hard turn by turn, mass discard actually allows the game to slow down in sort of a weird way. And like it feels miserable to play against, especially if you're the Boros deck, right? Like I do not love playing against mass discard, but someone was playing Kefka in the pod I was in. Someone else was playing what's her name? The double death trigger there, white black commander, and they had a sadistic hypnotist. So just everyone discarded their hand. No one had a hand. I was playing Sisay Weatherlight Legendary Blades, that was a meta choice because I'm like, hey, I'm not gonna have a hand this game. This deck can actually operate without a hand a little bit. But it was fun because it's like I didn't have to just like with that Sisay deck. Now, if someone's getting out of control, I have to go Blackblade Reforged Embercleave and just kill them. But in that scenario, I was able to slow down because no one else really had a lot going on in the mid part of the game. So I was able to get Elbrus the Binding Blade, and then I put an Embercleave on that, and that was a lot of fun. I got to make full Cauldra, which was fun. So, because the game slowed down a little bit, I could do more of the fun elements of the deck as opposed to the, like, I need to kill you as fast as humanly possible elements of the deck. Seedboard is down. I mean, D-Manny probably needs to start. Man. Just like, he's got 4 cards, and I know attacking in there is just going to be not a great time. Whatever he has, it's going to come at us. I would love to see the Kogla come back and fight something down of his right here and maybe, really maybe get him to burn a spell or something. Like at this point, he just has like too much tempo and advantage that like we need to slow him down. We just need to slow him down. Yeah, people definitely don't like playing against discard, but there is something about it that I think in some ways, if you're prepared for it, right? Like if you go in with like a very chill deck and you just discard your hand and have no onboard card draw, yeah, it's going to be bad and you probably just scoop the game. But if you have some way to draw some cards on the board, like a Toski, it's coming in, and you're not completely hosed by the discard, I think it does create interesting game states, in my opinion. And it feels more like Commander of old, where where decks don't ramp up exponentially every single turn. Okay, brings back to our turn. We got a Sky Hunter Skirmisher is fun. I mean, how bad do we get punished if we just send this thing over there? Maybe he just blocks with a 1/1. That'd be fine too. We could go Iroas and I think I'm gonna start. Let's see, how much mana is this? That's 7. That'd be 10. 10 mana to get all that. Do we have 10 mana? We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 11 when we play the land. Which means we could also, instead of that, go... We get Iroas Virtue. Maybe we hold off on Iroas. Maybe we go 6, 6 plus 5 is 11. Exactly. Okay, that's the better play, I think. Okay. So, yeah, we'll send in our commander and just see how bad it gets. Send it in. Yeah, sell counter on our thing. Usability. We eat a token. Okay, play our land. get the Skirmisher. You know, if we're smart, we may be able to get an extra mana or two out of Nykthos doing this. So we're mana neutral on Nykthos. We could cast this guy, which would bring us to 4. Go 1, 2. Yeah, okay. Get that thing. Make white mana. And we'll burn our treasure to cast the Virtue of Loyalty. Oh, wait, we don't need to burn the treasure. We'll hold on to the treasure. Love that. Opponent can draw. Counterspell. No counterspell. Untap our stuff, put some +1/+1 counters on them. Archmage is very bad. That is another card that can just beat us really quickly. Yeah, at least the Seedborn's down. I would love to pop this land. We've got the, what, Sundering Eruption? Is that what it's called? Can never remember the name of that one. I really think you need to focus on the early game creatures that escalate over time. I mean, yeah, that's what I've been trying to do, but if you're doing that, that also, like, you can't ramp and then draw cards and then also be modified and also cast your commander with haste, right? Like, and that's the thing that's been bugging me about this commander, is that, yeah, I would love to play creatures that escalate over time. But what I've seen, like, based on the way the tempo of this commander plays out, you basically need to wipe the board, and if you play those early game creatures like that, then you just lose them, right? Like, case in point, right? We had to drop a board wipe, and we lost 2 things that, you know, I'd really rather have. But, you know, it was necessary to wipe the board. Favorite strategies are discard, tap down, control, and life gain. How they rank depends on the day. Yeah, those are strategies, that's for sure. As mentioned earlier, my favorite strategy now is cards that were good in 2010 Commander and killing people with those. That is now my favorite strategy. Someone was talking smack about my Archivist the other day. I tapped it and I drew a card. And then I did that 8 more times. Where's this thing going? It's going over to the green deck. That's fine, as long as it's not us. This is where we need like a Grand Abolisher really badly. And, you know, that may be the thing. Like, that may be the call for this deck. This might be the Hate Bears deck. Like, you might need some amount of Hate Bears in here, particularly a Grand Abolisher. Even, I would say Conqueror's Flail, but just the mana to get that going is, can be rough. Right? Because, like, the thing that I am more scared about is just, like, spells. I'm just worried about spells. I'm not at all set up to deal with spells here. So, yeah, I mean, there's some merit that the Hate Bear version of the deck, because what have I talked about? I've talked about slowing opponents down, giving yourself more tempo. That Hate Bears are a thing that can do that. So maybe that's the way you have to go. I don't know. Love a counterspell or Teferi's Protection or something. Love to see our board not just get decimated. Sephiroth wants above all else haste. Yeah, I know. I mean, I have four haste sources in the deck. Like I get that, and I've worked toward that. But again, you also need to ramp and draw cards and make sure you have modified creatures on the battlefield, right? Like it's a lot. It's really a lot with this commander. Orin Frostfang. Okay. Sends in the 1/1 indestructible. Oh, I wish we had a Grand Abolisher. Toski triggers. Frostfang triggers. I hate how badly we're about to get blown out. I don't know what's going to happen over here, but like, we have to attack him. We probably end up with nothing after. Chivalric Alliance. Let's use Nykthos. Get Iroas. Get the Alliance. Opponent can draw a card. Play the Mask of Memory. I'm actually going to use the treasure right here to equip the mask. Yeah, put it on the double strike guy. Counter on a creature we control. How about the double striker? Send it. Get ready for the pain. Does making Iroas a 7/5 on... No, probably not. Put it on this guy. We draw a card. Keeper of the Accord. Well, that'll get us some ramp. Use the ability. Our stuff is giant. He needs to block or cast a bunch of spells that ruin our day. Is he just taking this? Oh, there's a block. Should probably like check the game chat here real quick. Opponent said if I wasn't running that Kodama, he'd be in real trouble. Yeah. D-Manny has... Ooh, we getting the double Mask of Memory here? There's the first one. Okay. There's the boots that are showing up late. Do we need a dismantling wave? There's an equipment deck over there. We might... what do I get rid of? What do I get rid of? I guess dismantling wave. Because the boots help us reinforce, which we're probably going to need to do. Alright, D-Manny's down to 20 and lost a bunch of stuff, so maybe he has less than I thought he did. I'm sitting on 4 cars, maybe sitting on lands or something. Zach Fair is interesting. Now, I don't think we're going to need Settle the Wreckage this turn. So I think we can discard the land and just go for Keeper of the Accord. And then I guess with this... maybe we hold that because we don't have the mana to make something indestructible. So I think we just hold that for a turn, just so we're not, like, completely dead in the water if a board wipe goes off. Plus we can get... Yeah, we can use this to get our commander back should our commander go down. So that was not a half bad attack. I thought that turn was going to go so much worse. Dweber says, I really haven't had the problems that you seem to have in my build. The vast majority of my creatures come modified, and I'm focusing on curving out more than ramping hard. Yeah, I mean, I tried that with the +1/+1 counter version of the deck, and I mean, maybe it's Magic Online, right? If you're facing decks that are like very quick, then yeah, it's hard to beat a value engine, right? Like, you know, yeah, it's cute if your creatures are getting, you know, a little bit bigger each turn, but it has been tough, right? Like, and maybe I've probably been going last in too many games because I feel like I've been going last a lot. But yeah, when you're going last, like, it's tricky. And in most of the games that I played, I felt like I needed a board wipe to go off to be able to buy the tempo that I needed to have any of this, to have any kind of success. Like, I feel like if a board wipe didn't happen, then I was going to be in real trouble. And that's mostly how it's played out, to be honest. The way I build it was use Winota level stacks and creatures that use mass counters in conjunction with haste enabling cards. Then again, that would be CDH level, and Winota is just better. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think the hate bearer version is one way that you can build this deck, particularly for like a stronger pod. And I think you could have some success with it. Yes, Winota is just better. You know, Winota is very easy to make work. I've had trouble making this commander work, and that to me says something. Oh, Jesus. Create a token that's a copy. We're copying stuff. Yeah, it's the card draw one. Okay. So it seems like he probably doesn't actually have that much gas in hand, but he might after the million cards he's about to draw, so. Yep, running Sephiroth back. We're having a little more success this game. We got a board wipe to go off in a very timely manner. That was this austere command. I've upped the ramp a little bit, which I think is helping. If this Keeper of the Accord stays in for a turn cycle or two, we're going to be very good on ramp. I'd say card draw is probably the thing we need more of right now. And so that's the other issue too. All right, so we've done most of the things right that we need to do. We have ramped. We've drawn a few cards. We have nice creatures in play that have some counters and things on them. The thing that we still need to do is we need more evasion, right? So after all the list of stuff that I've just talked about, that, you know, you need to do all these things, now you need to get evasion on your creatures, right? And it's like, yeah, it's possible, but it's like, it's still a lot to ask. There's just like a lot of little steps that need to happen. Um, so, like, what I've noticed, being able to give your creature size is really cool, but there's still a lot of other things that you need to do in order to, like, really truly take advantage of that. Mr. Braun says, "Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you. I love trying to make the commander work with counters, but living weapons modular seems to do so much better." Yeah, Kristen asked me to play through the play through the living weapons version of the deck at some point. Probably won't happen tonight, but I do think I think it's a very viable build, and it may be one of the better builds for this particular commander because of not having to do a lot of work to get them modified. You basically just drop the equipment. The problem is, though, and this is what I ran into with the +1 counters deck, is that with some of the versions, is that, like, when Sephiroth's not in, your creatures are not great, right? Like, most of the living weapon cards by themselves are underwhelming. There's a few good ones, but by and large, they are cards that are not going to blow you away with power. And if someone's doing the big green trample thing that Halana was showing early in the game, then that's a concern, right? And it's just like, your commander has to be in, and you need your commander to not get shot. And again, you don't block super well with this deck. Like, that 7/5 thing only happens when you're attacking. And so, like, if you don't have, like, this virtual loyalty here, you do not block all that well. And for a Boros deck, it blocks surprisingly bad. Most Boros decks, like, oh, that thing's back. Gross. Sort of innately have some type of, like, blocking built in. And this one strangely does not. And, like, in the ones that don't necessarily block well, or, like, probably Voltron decks that just, like, all right, this person's a problem, kill them, and now I don't need to block against them. Yep, Seaborn's back. First Keeper of the Accord land, love that. Pulling its weight already. Don't know that we're going to have encountered the lands. I mean, this deck is way behind, but 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If they play a 7th land, we'll get a second one right here. There it is. There's an Urborg. Oh, that's going to slow the game down. With Iroas, I love attacking and then flashing in a Blasphemous Act with a card like Vidalcan Ori to have a one-sided board wipe, but that's a lot of setup. Oh, there's easier ways to do it with Iroas. I love that plan also. You have Inferno, Magma Quake, and Fault Line are all indestructible damage-based instant speed board wipes. There might be some smaller ones in red. There's that new one that's got Spree or something like that. You've got Sulphurous Blast, which, like, I probably wouldn't use. It's not the best. It's only 2 damage, but yeah, Magma Quake and Fault Line are your friends. Inferno is a little trickier at 7 mana, but you can still have a big blowout with it. As I was just thinking about it, Winds of Abandon probably needs to go in this deck, because that is the removal spell that's also evasion. We've talked about needing more evasion in the deck. Like, do you put an Odric in this deck? Because I have a couple of these flyers. Odric's probably a place to be. God knows where we'll find room for that. Would love more lifelink in the deck. Masako the Humorless is a pet card for blocking in Boros decks. Let's see what that's all about. Oh, is that like untap or tap creatures can block or something like that? Yeah, tap creatures can block as though they weren't tapped. Yeah, I mean, it's cute. It's very cute. I don't know that it's. I mean, I guess you can get someone with the surprise of it because of the flash. Yeah, it's a cute little trick. I would probably go Always Watching over that personally, but I see the tricksiness of it, and you're like, you're wide open. Not wide open anymore. What's that card I used to use in draft? It's the one in Innistrad. It's the 3 mana one that untaps the creature. Spider something. Spidery Grasp, is that it? Yeah, Spidery Grasp. Untap target creature gains 2/4 in reach. I've killed a great many things with that card, so that card is along the same. Masako's along the same lines. Oh, yeah, you got the token and the land. Love that. Keeper of the Accord, so good. There were people that said this thing was not that great when it was spoiled. And those people were idiots. Straight up. They must not be able to read. Literacy is important. Spells. Spells are happening. Draws many cards. Yeah, now we need to stop the card draw. Boros +1/+1 Angel Tribal deck. I mean, that deck is called Giada. Giada's a cool card. I mean, the biggest problem is that it's mono white. But now you have what? Genji's Glove, so you get the extra combat that you so badly need. And it's an equipment, so you can tutor for it, which is cool. We don't really have effects. We can have 6. Yeah, Giada is a very cool commander. Again, that being able to put a lot of size on your stuff is a really nice effect. Wouldn't mind taking another pass at that one. Who knows when I'll have time, but especially because like White's gotten new toys. Like White has gotten much better card draw. Chivalric Alliance, for example, really nice pickup. Even Horn of the Mark, a card that I like, should be solid in that deck. So you don't have to like run out of stuff the same way that you normally would. Oh, let's see who he's got. He's still got the Seedborn. Yeah, that's a big problem. So let's see. He casts like 3 cards a turn, or he draws like 3 cards a turn. He casts a spell. He untaps all of his lands. Yeah, I mean, we just got to hit him with everything we've got. He's probably going to draw into interaction with all the cards he's drawing. Use the ability. Get a planes. 2, 3. We have 4 planes. If Keeper hangs in there for another little bit, then we'll actually be very close to a Maria planes count. Giada is the secret commander of your deck. Yeah, that makes sense. There's a few better ways to tutor legendary creatures. So I think you've got, 3 options? You've got Search for Glory, Warband of the Last Alliance, and Thalia's Lancers are the 3 that I can think of. There may be 1 or 2 that showed up after that at some point. But yeah, it shouldn't be like terribly difficult. If you're drawing some cards, it shouldn't be too difficult to find her. But she is something that you do want down early because you want her in before all your other stuff comes in. There's Helana and Elena. Yeah, I mean, I would love if they just like sent this over there somewhere and try to swing into that. Would love to draw that Teferi's Protection for whatever like horrible mass bounce spell is coming. Puts it on the Orin, yep. Sends it over to D Manny. Thanks for recommending Magma Quake and Fault Line. I'll put those in my deck. Take out the Vidalcan Ori Chain Reaction. Yeah, like Vidalcan Ori plus a board wipe is very powerful, but that is a lot of setup to happen. And like because of Josh Laquai and Vidalcan Ori, like people know to shoot it, right? Like they know how good it is, and so it's not that it can't work, but you need a lot of things to go right just to be able to keep the orrery in play. But yeah, Magma Quake and Fault Line are fantastic at what you're trying to do right there. I think there's the Spree card. The Spree card's a little expensive on the mana to get up to like 3 damage, I think, but might be worth looking at. My Kingdom for a Grand Abolisher. And again, if you're doing that, like Winds of Abandon, it's probably also a good idea. It's not instant speed, but you just cast it beforehand and does the same sort of job. What are we bouncing it? Top or bottom of the library. Awesome. So awesome. So we get to lose our draw also? Yeah. What would make me happier than that? Then he's going to draw 2. Put a bunch of counters on the thing. Double check our graveyard. Nothing doing there. Top. Oh, we went back to the command zone. Well, I guess it depends on what we draw to see if that's worth it or not. Whenever you cast your next instant or sorcery, you copy it. Ugh. Yeah, here it comes. Again, we have nothing, so I can just have 6. Yeah, I was looking at that spree card, but cost 6 mana for 3 damage. Yeah, it's not the best. It's not the best, but I believe it is an instant, so you know, if you're trying to like really go hard with that effect. And like the thing to consider is like sure it is a lot of mana, but 3 damage may not kill every single thing, but it may remove enough blockers that, like the 6/6s or whatever, are either going to die in combat because, they'll just die to like your random stuff. So it may be worth it. It may be worth it. Maybe not in every single scenario, but in a lot of scenarios, it's probably still decent. Probably still carries its weight. And if not, it's the type of card that like you wouldn't feel bad burning that early in a game either. To like if the 2 damage mode on it, I think is more mana efficient. Than what's the thing called? I don't remember. Take a look at it. What's it called? Oh, here's another one. Caught in the Crossfire. Deals 2 damage to each non-outlaw creature. 4 mana. It's not the worst. Great Train Heist. Return the Favor. Shattering Spree. Was it not the Spree mechanic? Was it the other mechanic? Why am I not finding it? I don't know where it is. Anyone remember what it's called? Are we dead yet? Yeah, like it'll get rid of the chump blockers and then the menace becomes better, so it may not be awful. But there's always Inferno, because no one's ever expecting Inferno. It is 7 mana, but it'll do a thing, that's for sure. Wait, is he drawing them to death? X8. Oh, he can mill them to death. You know, as I've been struggling with this commander, I've been thinking about the fact that I should probably get back to what I do best, which is slow rolling Hour of Revelations. I haven't run that card in a while because there's so many board wipes to choose from now. But I feel like I should get back to that because that's a great way to buy a lot of tempo for yourself in a game. Get their creatures and their mana rocks, and you know, if you play it right, then relatively few things of yours. Yep, he's just drawing all of the cards. Opponent now has 24 cards and 30. Wow. Opponent has one card left in their library. Which means they still have that Esper Sentinel. Kingdom for a Grand Abolisher. Karn's Bastion is cute. I feel like tapping out for our commander is just... I guess we don't have that much else to do. Play a Karn's Bastion. The other thing I'm thinking about is just this. This is 5 mana. That's 5 mana, but you need to pay 8. That's 8 mana. How much does this make? Oh, that makes 8 mana. Maybe we can do all this. Yeah, try it then. Boots. Esper Sentinel. They will die on their turn if... they don't come up with some magic. Misveiled Plains can actually get you out of this. Now, that also requires D-Manny to not have more stuff, but it can theoretically get you out of it. Play this thing, put this on here, I guess, so we don't have single point. I'll put it on our commander. Our commander's got hexproof, so I feel okay about it. Play this guy just in case we need indestructible. Go to combat. +1 counter here. You know, as I'm thinking about it, I think Iroas has gotten better over time. Because creatures are smaller now. Like when it's a game full of Eldrazi, I feel like Iroas doesn't do as much. When you have like a bunch of like smaller creatures lining up against each other, I feel like Iroas is much more impactful than it could be than it would be otherwise. Let's go with the double striker for now. We draw a card, and we'll find out how badly we get punished. Yep. Here comes the flash. Here comes probably something awful. Call to mind. Yeah, let me just bounce all of our stuff. Cool. So we can just time walk us into oblivion. Is fire the card? Inferno is basically a weaker Star of Extinction, but instant speed might put that in. Yeah, the instance. Don't discount the instant speed of it, right? Whenever you pass with 7 red mana up, people just look at you like, I have no idea. Like you have like what? And the card they're thinking about is not Inferno. Like I don't know what they're thinking about always when you're passed with 7 red mana up, but like they're not thinking about Inferno. It is like you need to ramp. You need to ramp to use it. You can't like cheap on the ramp, but in a deck that ramps, it can be very very useful. I'm not saying I run it everywhere, but here comes the bouncy house. I mean, I'm probably just gonna scoop, uh, based on principle of I don't. I've had the bouncy house experience enough in the past on Magic Online that I no longer do the bouncy house experience. Because here's the problem. The problem he goes Seedborn Muse, and because we haven't dealt with this stupid land, right? He just recasts everything, and yep, yep, that's it. Yep, I'm just not doing that. I'm not doing that. That is not the experience that I want to have. So we need a Grand Abolisher very badly. Bring that in. Get rid of, and it sucks. Like we actually had a good setup that game, and if we're not going last like we have every single game, then maybe things aren't awful. This is why Prophet of Krufix should have never come back. Yeah, that land with Seedborn is Prophet of Krufix, right? Still want to live the dream with Football Crater. Hasn't been amazing thus far. Need more evasion. Um, what can we cut? I hate it, but I'm gonna cut the Iron Crag? Are we cutting the Iron Crag? Cutting... We need the mana. If we don't generate the mana, then just horrible stuff like we just saw happens. Let's see here. Let's see here. Is Markov Blademaster good enough? No evasion. I feel like the other ones have evasion. I mean, it's the theme of the deck. I'm gonna cut it. Makes me sad. Like, here's what I hate. I hate that I can't, like I want to run Markov Blademaster, but I have to run so much ramp and so much removal and so much value and so much like that you just can't, right? Like, that's what frustrates me. I do not have Elite Scale Guard in the deck. I've been meaning to put that one in, actually. We'll add that one in. Oh no, not that one. It's in the one. It's in the +1/+1 counters version of the deck. It's all right. The problem I was having was the mana again. Like, how many opportunities did we have to get a 5-drop in the last game? Not that many. So like, and again, our problem is just like getting blown out by spells, right? Inti, I think I saw Inti also. There were a couple new +1/+1 counters cards, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom while we're waiting for the game to fire up. Gonna give the mirror match a shot. Love that. At least we more chances for success when you have the mirror match like that. No one seems to be joining. It's unfortunate. Sad I missed the last stream. Well, the VOD should be out there for it, so should be able to check that out. But obviously, it's much more exciting to tune in live. Welcome in. This is definitely gonna be the last one. My throat's killing me, and I have other stuff I should be doing. Yep, sorry for bullying me. Yeah, I'm a little salty about the last one. The bounce house is always gonna make me salty. Plus Seedborn Muse. Just, it's not your fault. They just piss me off. And, I've had enough bouncy house experiences on Magic Online that, like, that's not a thing you play through. You just scoop the game, and you don't give someone its satisfaction. Especially if you're playing a white deck. Like, if you're playing something else, like, I am playing a very fair combat deck, right? Like, there is nothing in this deck to deal with stuff on the stack. Has a 1v1 against Dream Crusher open. I don't have anything that's gonna, because they're playing what, like a 2-turn, turn 2 win sort of deck. I don't think I have anything for that at the moment. Yeah, see, when I did the last stream with this deck, the 2 games that I played, it actually performed pretty well. And then I played 3 or 4 games later that night that weren't on camera, and they did not go good at all. And since then, it's not been great. It's not been great. While I was in the bathroom, I was thinking about it, and I was thinking about the Living Weapons version of the build. With the Living Weapons version of the build, Inspiring Statuary becomes insanely good, and that's a reason to be excited because mana has been a bit of a struggle with this deck. And man, trying to get your commander in on 5 is so much. 1 mana land tax. I can do 1 mana land tax. I don't know where we are in the turn order, but Azusa. Well, they need to die fast. Keep. This is also a land. We'll probably need to play this as a land unless we draw something. Hey, welcome to the Blade of the Legion, Dahan. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm going to spend some time. So, initially I was like semi-retired from really doing content here, but I do have requirements to keep my content creator account, and I do really like my content creator account. And so that now that I've gotten back into streaming, I probably need to spend some time this weekend and like think about how I want to stream and probably think about upgrades for the stream and stuff like that. And yeah, Zeus is disgusting. It depends on how, if they play like Storm Cauldron or something dumb like that, I'm not gonna have a great time. Jeff, you there? Oh, there we go. Ooh, a land, except it's not white. Okay, Emeria first then. Does mean that we don't have to play this thing as a land right away. Oh, we are on the play. Azusa's going to ramp. Okay. So we're on the play, which is good strategically, is bad for this land tax. But Azusa will ramp. Also, there's a burgeoning. Okay, so turn 1, land tax still back on then because of burgeoning. Yeah, Azusa does help land tax. But I would say that Azusa's ramp exploration. There you go. Okay. I will say that like Azusa plus exploration is going to be way stronger than what land tax does. So land tax does not keep parity in that sense. Keeper of the Accord is the thing we need more than anything is to keep a Keeper of the Accord on the battlefield in this game, based on what I see happening already. Swiftblade Vindicator. Play the land tax. Play the Rogue's Passage. Burgeoning. Yeah, Keeper of the Accord is the card we now want very badly. Very, very badly. We need to make sure we get a mountain. Mountains are going to be big. Ooh, we got this guy. I've been thinking about... So, if you guys are not familiar with this guy, this is Salteri Visionary. Whenever this creature deals damage to a player, destroy an enchantment they control, and it has Shadow, so it's basically unblockable. And so one of the things I hypothesized with this deck is you could do like a Flyers Evasion sort of build with the deck. And, turning this into a 7/5 late in the game really is going to up its value a lot. But also, early in a game, we can pop some Explorations and Burgeonings, which I would love to do. Turn 2, they're on 5 lands. One's, yeah, great. So excited. Fantastic. Birds of Paradise. What's this thing even do? Sacrifice another non-land permanent when you do. Put a +1 counter on each creature you control. At least it doesn't draw cards. Does Yanni draw cards? No. Okay. There's the card draw. Okay. Yep, got to be careful with that. That's the thing we didn't want to show up. Has now shown up. Yanni over to Azusa. Yeah, it's going to be a fast game already. Not thrilled about this. We're going to draw to 7. And I want to go 2 lands, which will put us at 9. We play a land, and then we cast this thing, puts us back down to 7. Okay. I think 2 lands is the correct call. Three visits. I don't think they have the 3rd land in hand. That's surprising. And Azusa, actually not the best if you don't have the lands in hand. That said, I have faced some very fast Azusa decks that, like, turn 5 wins consistently. And that was years ago. Okay, no, they do have 1. Oh, there they go. Nope. On to Azusa now. Yep. Okay, they just slow rolled it. Yep. Land tax. Usability. Plains and a mountain. We draw Starfall Invocation. Might be needing that. Play the Plains. Play the Visionary. Pass like that. How quickly will we need to Starfall Invocation? I guess it depends on... It probably depends on what's in Azusa's hand. These things, they're alright. They don't terrify me. I'd love to get rid of the card draw one, because they're empty, but... Goes for this thing. I probably would have cracked this landscape, to be completely honest with you. Modified creatures you control have lifelink. Oh, we need to get that in the deck. We need more lifelink. Lifelink would do wonders for us. I bid you good night. Our rivalry continues for the future. Yep. Have a good night. Still salty that I got punished very hard. We may want to have our own Dusk Legion duelist for this deck. Maybe. Maybe. So in the full +1 counters build, yes, definitely. In this version, maybe. We do have an Ajani. God, they have so much mana. Yeah, we probably are going to be on Starfall Invocation pretty quickly here, so I don't think we want to run our creatures down there. The burgeoning went down. We'll kill the burgeoning. Oh, you may sacrifice non-land permanent. Okay. Yep. Spreading the damage. Yeah, the one issue with this for this deck is, like, I don't know that it'll be great early, right? It'll be good whenever it makes sense for us to cast like a Johnny, but because our commander doesn't specifically give +1 counters, it might be kind of weird. The thing with the Zusa is we need to hope they don't have, like, the big creature plus the card draw right away. Tempt with Discovery. Ugh. Oh, Maze of Ith. I mean, I guess now we gotta get a strip mine. Hope strip mine's in here. It is not. Do we have one of the other ones? Crap. Well, if that's the case, might as well get Nykthos then. This is taking forever to resolve. And a Thespian stage, so it's going to take multiple strip mines. God, I hate Azusa. Green deck cast 5/4 for 4, and then Life's Legacy. Kenra's transformation on... Okay. some indestructible. Oh, they sacrificed it. Okay, yep. Okay, I don't know what our play is this turn. Land, Pearl Medallion, so I think we can still draw. Use the ability. Go 2. I don't want to lose all my basics. Tithe, of course. If we played... Actually, the Starfall doesn't make sense yet because I think we really need a Zusa to commit some stuff to the board before we really want to go with that, I think. Let's get a Pearl Medallion. Let's play the mountain. Let's get this with... We could get a Johnny right here, but a Johnny probably gets attacked by everything. Yeah. I don't know that I want that to happen. Yeah, so I think Swiftblade. See if opponent forgets. They did not. And we pass like that. We got the Pearl Medallion, so Pearl Medallion gives us some ability to like maybe try and keep pace. And we're also mana positive on Nykthos. And so like especially if we get a Johnny in before tapping Nykthos, that will actually give us a nice burst of mana. Now, we're going to need like a lot of creatures to be able to attack through double Mazavith, but always no. Yeah, I thought I had a strip mine. On the other hand, though, I do think that like if our stuff stays in play, this Nykthos over the long term may be smart. Our saving grace right now is they only have 2 cards in hand. As long as they don't find the card draw or drop the big nasty, then we should be okay for a second. But this is an interesting little guy. Cracks the landscape. Yeah, I would have cracked the landscape last turn, quite honestly. I'm cracking a fetch. So it's almost like Figure of Destiny. It's 1 mana, 2/1. Pay 2, becomes a detective and gains whenever deals combat damage to a player. Exile top card of your library. May play it this turn. Pay 3. If it's a detective, becomes a 3/2. Gains double strike. It's pretty cool. I've been wanting to make a deck that can make good use of Figure of Destiny, which really just means you need to make a lot of mana. So you probably need to like drop a Feast and Famine or something. And then just have like Ranger of Eos and stuff like that to go find it. So I've been wanting to build that deck. I don't know who the commander is for something like that, but this would go in that deck almost certainly. Yeah, and now in Commander, the Big Nasty almost normally comes with card draw attached. That is very true. we're just gonna hope and pray that they don't find it. Like, if we can get one more turn, like, if we have one turn of them just stalling out a little bit, I think that's gonna do a lot for us. +1 counter on their thing. Yep. But it's a green deck, so I mean, does a green deck ever stall? That is sort of the philosophical question that I'm sure we'll be answering here very soon. And I think I know the answer, and I don't like it. Try builder. Sun Titan. Yep. Land. Do you go land or burgeoning? Burgeoning. Okay. So they're expecting to draw more cards then. Henny over to Azusa. This one over to Azusa. Yep. A 7/5 Switchblade indicator sure seems like it can end a game quickly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That's why it's in here. That was my train of thought. That's sort of what this deck is supposed to be doing. It just hasn't gone well, which is deeply frustrating. It seems to take so much to actually be able to do the thing with this deck. Right? Here's what the green decks are doing. Right? They got all the lands ever. We, on the other hand, are just like, I don't know, they're just like spending resources just to try and have lands, so whatever. Yeah, gonna copy the Maze of Ith. No bueno. 2 of them now needed. Cursor of Crewfix. There's worse things. Cast this Tithe. I mean, it's not a lot. I guess we can get... Yeah, we can get a Surveil land. I like that. And get a Misveil in case we need it. Haha, they didn't hit the land. Nice. So they should actually be slowing down a little bit here, at least for a turn cycle. Maybe next turn. That is not the scariest thing I've ever seen. Again, I faced someone years ago. They may have become. They may have been a Patreon of mine at some point. I don't remember now. But yeah, they just had the most disgusting, most consistent Azusa deck. I think we played 4 games, and they just like they won or they were about to win on turn 5. Like they were so far ahead on turn 5 every single game that Magic wasn't fun anymore. Footfall Crater. Is this finally the game for it? Okay, let us see if we can get the Ajani. Okay, let's just go straight to the Nykthos. I was going to try to play around it a little bit, but I think this is just worth it this way. Get the Ajani. One left over, like that. Play the Footfall Crater. paying a red. Oh. I'm a dumbass. Oh, my God. It's not how I wanted to do that. It's not how I wanted to do that. That looks bad now. That makes me sad. I mean, I guess we still play this guy because we're going to pump the team. Burgeoning. Oh, we can just pop the burgeoning. That's something. Do that. Yep, messed up the footfall crater. Whoops. Whoops. 1-1 in vigilance. If we send both over here, they can't maze both. That's a 2-4, though. Yeah, we don't have great attacks yet. Oh, interesting. We can Kabira takedown something if we really need to. With the Henny over here, probably doesn't make a lot of sense for anything in that direction, but... burgeoning down. Pass like that. So yeah, we need to get a hit with this guy to try and look at some more cards. We have land, a removal spell, and a board wipe. Well, I guess our commander also, but... I wonder when Magic will have Magic anime girls as cards at this point. Please don't tell me it exists. Not in a main set. There might be some promos, but generally they've tried to shy away from that stuff. Like, you can get them on card sleeves. Like, but... Because Magic has always tried to, like... They've always tried to be... Or at least the past few years anyway. They've tried to be more female inclusive. And so they try not to scare away the girls with the sexy anime girls on everything. So historically, they've shied away from that. But I don't know. Who knows what the future holds, right? Ooh, Courser's also an enchantment. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we really need to pop that Maze of Ith. Although we now need to pop 2 Maze of Iths, but... the way the turns are set up, too, are also awkward. Like, we can't... You know, like, if they wanted to maze the Sun Titan or something, that's not going to help us. Based on the turn order. What does this one do? Oh, it puts counters on stuff. Yeah, someone mentioned that before the game. It seems okay, but, like, if you're doing that... Like, again, tempo has been such a big problem with this deck. Tempo and mana. And if you're doing that, that means you're not winning. Right? Like, you... If it's come to that, then things have gone wrong. Zeus it down to 28. Oh, interestingly, how many, let's see, planes do we have? We have 1 planes. Okay, we are very far away from him area. Very, very far away. Which means we're probably going to stop land taxing for a couple turns. If our situation changes... Because, like, we want to leave lands in the deck for Keeper of the Accord, Bitter Thorn, stuff like that. We don't want to pull them all out with land tax and Just have them stuck in the hand. One's going to go the other way. I'm not thrilled about that. Grave to Sun Titan. Wrong Titan. Getting back to burgeoning. Yep. I mean, if we pop... Nah, if we pop that, they just get it back with Sun Titan. Good evening. But yeah, thank you for the reminder on Courser's and Enchantment. That's one of those things that's easy to forget. You could also just slam 16 mana rocks and 38 lands in the deck to force the deck to give you enough mana. Yeah, I know that I can do that. But, you know, I don't know. I'm at a, like... I know that that's the most optimal way to play Commander, but I hate that that's the most optimal way to play Commander, right? Like, again, my favorite archetype now is cards that were good 20 years ago, 10 years ago, right? Like, that's kind of where I want to be. Even this thing, when's this is from 2017? I think this is from 2019. Guilds of Ravnica, is that the one? Umal Mysteries can draw cards. That is the piece that they've been missing. So yeah, we'll wanna attack that since we're not gonna get anywhere with the mazes. Temple of the False God, Mind Stone. Could I have popped the court? Oh, I probably could have popped the Courser. No, they didn't. Did they block? It is my opinion that like if your only goal is to win in Commander, run 20 ramp spells, right? At that point, it almost doesn't matter what you do, right? You'll just make so much more mana than your opponents, and you know, not that you'll win every single game, but you'll win most of them. Okay, no land tax this turn. I will say this is the problem with this type of card. As much as I do like this card, people will interact with these things, and sometimes they don't get to do the thing, right? And that's where ETBs really do shine, because it's just so much harder to interact with. No on the land tax. Feast and Famine is a real Magic card. The question is, does it ever get off with 2 Mazaviths? And I'm not convinced that it does. That's interesting. So what are our choices? I mean, our choices are, Commander is probably the best bet, although getting this thing, we'd want to level that up at least 1, I think. How much mana are we getting off this? Oh, we do have a Rogue's Passage. We need Shroud. Shroud is what we need. Where are them boots at? Okay, 6 mana definitely seems like enough to cast our Commander. Oh, we're not going to be able to upgrade this guy. Our red mana's messed up. There's that. We give him haste. Unfortunately, that is all of the red mana. Definitely get this thing in. Surveil 1. Mask of Memory we very much want. Keep that on top. Minus again. And I guess we lay down the Feast and Famine, since we have 3 floating. Go to combat. This in over there, and these at the Azusa deck. Put a cell counter on this guy, I guess. Oh, they have Death Touch. Well, we can pop this thing if we need to. Oh, that's hexproof. Well, we're going to get down to the Mason already. Use the ability. And the stuff is giant. Alright, we've got a 9/7 Swiftblade Vindicator. This is the moment we've been living for. Hopefully it does something. They're going to Maze of Ith this one. But this one doesn't have the upgrade, so like we're not getting... So I think that's a mistake. Yeah, opponent's going to sack a creature to investigate. This Ajani, I've been finding myself, like, I've been playing decks where I'm like, I want this Ajani. And like for years and years I never played it. The -1/+1/+1 counters and vigilance has gotten really good. And again, I think it's because we're in the era of like you don't see Eldrazi running around in every game anymore. Like when Eldrazi were the main win condition, putting +1/+1 counters on your creatures like doesn't matter that much. Now that things are like small and efficient and like 4/4s are like usually big most of the time, right? Every +1/+1 you get actually matters a lot more than it used to in like 2015. Oh yeah, they're gonna feel this. Here's a Vindicator and they're soaking up 2 of it. Yeah. Living the dream. Yeah, and he gets bigger. I will say, both of their mazes are now tapped out, so if this player wants to go over there, they should be able to get in there pretty easily. There's the Visionary. Bring down the Uvenwald Mysteries. You know, in all likelihood, they'll get it back, but it keeps them... Like, if they have to keep getting this back, that means they're not getting lands back, so it's just like... It is a small amount of value that they're losing over the course of the game with that. Yeah, we got a big old Swiftblade Vindicator hit, and that's been what we've been trying to do all night. Nice to see you streaming. Hey, welcome in. Let's see here. Catch up on this chat. I only run Giant Ramp when my commander costs 6+ the first time. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. Like, Ashling, I run... and they scooped. Nice. Except, well, now the Maze of Iths are gone, right? So here's what we're looking at. The question is, does Jeff have removal? If not, they have 1 card in hand. I have a good feeling about where things are going. Yeah, that Vindicator hit, right? It didn't completely kill them, but it was like so much damage that they're just like, nope, I'm basically out of the game, right? Not entirely sure that a Johnny is better than some alternatives. Cathar's Crusade could be nice. The big thing is the Vigilance. The Vigilance is the big thing. Now, Cathar's Crusade, insane magic card. Love it. Does win games. Not going to discount it for that. It does require that you cast more things. So they come down at different times, right? A Johnny comes down is very good for this turn 4, 5, 6. Cathar's is going to be turn 7, 8, 9, and you're going to need some ramp to do it because you're going to have to cast more stuff afterwards. Both good cards, but, you know, the timing's different, and they do slightly different things. The Vigilance I like. Felidar Retreat, also good for the Vigilance. right? Because now we're not completely hosed against, them sending every single thing back at us now. Our blocking, again, this deck does not block the best. Uh, and, like, imagine if we weren't getting Vigilance from a Johnny, all this stuff would be tapped. This one have Vigilance? This one has Vigilance. Everything except this one will be tapped. Um, so, you know. Well, looks like we're going to lose the Ajani. We have any flying? Nope. Yeah, I am disappointed by the blocking in this deck. So one of the things I was thinking about is that Jorkadeen is a very similar. The original one is a very similar ability to Sephiroth, in that make your creatures bigger, right? But I will say that, like, getting into Metalcraft is easier than the setup of Sephiroth. So there's that. But the big thing is that Jorkadeen is static, so your creatures are better at blocking, right? Because if they all have big power, then you're going to be much more of a deterrent to opponents attacking into you. And in fact, that may be the better place for this kind of double strike tribal thing that I'm trying to do. Right? Because it's not quite as good as Sephiroth, but, like turning this thing into, what we turn into a 9/7? That's ridiculous. That's so much damage. But, yeah, so, like, I don't, like, they're the same idea in that both of them make your creature big, but Jorkadeen allows you to have that ability while blocking, which can be nice. Also, Jorkadeen itself is like, what, a 5/4 with first strike, so that already in and of itself can, like, hold back some stuff. A Champion of Lamholt is not a card that I'm thrilled to see. So what we're gonna do is definitely, well, do we Kabira takedown? Yeah, we might probably Kabira takedown the Champion of Lamholt. The question is, are we going to Starfall Invocate? Let's just see how this attack goes. I guess the problem, too, is that Yahenni's going to survive the Starfall. Starfall does get rid of Sun Titan, and that in and of itself is probably a big pickup. They didn't. I need them to attack with the Yahenni. We need it to be tapped. Maybe we don't. Sun Titan. Getting back the Tri-Belder, that's interesting. They're going to pump. Okay, yeah, they're pumping the team. So we probably just need to drop the Starfall Invocation. So how do we want to do this? We can get one creature back with the Starfall Invocation. We can then, if we can find a second creature somehow, what do we have on top? We have Mask of Memory on top, which means if we have Mask of Memory on top, I think we keep Kellen. Yeah. Okay. We have a plan. We have a plan. Sun Titan getting the Tri-Belder. Yeah, and so, like, this is that small value I was talking about. Like, they're not going to have that Uvenwald Mysteries in play. And whenever a non-token creature you control dies, investigate, right? They'd investigate a bunch when that board wipe goes off. So just, that very small amount of value we were able to extract by pressuring with the Visionary. And even though they're getting stuff back with the Sun Titan, they can't get back exactly everything they want. They would have everything back at this point, as opposed to they can only have some things back. We have anything of that Sun Titan? Nope. Yeah, like I said, this deck don't block super good. 8/8 Sun Titan. We're just going to be taking that to the face. Yeah, I'll have to level up the Kellen. I never did level up the Kellen the first time. That's a cell counter on there, not the level up thing. Because I messed up the mana on the one turn I was going to level it up. So I guess it's probably not... probably not, like, the most punished. Although I think we had an attack with it, so maybe we looked at some cards. I don't know. Indestructible counter. No. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Remove an indestructible counter from it. Target creature gains indestructible until end of turn. Put a plus. That's exactly what we don't need. Okay. Let's think about all this. Um, okay. So we definitely can't mess with the Champion of Lambholt. Like, that just needs to be dead. There's no two ways about it. And they probably protect the Sun Titan. How big can we make this thing? Can we get a double strike? No. This will be large. Put a sword on that. What does that look like? The trample. Yeah, they have big stuff. Yeah, and this is what I talked about. Like, we've done well in this game, but now it's the evasion we need. And, yeah, seems like it might be a lot to ask here. Yeah, we have a Mask of Memory on top, so Mask of Memory is not going to be the evasion that we are looking for. Oh, we can give something trample with this. Haha. Okay. Okay. Land tax, that's going to be a no. No. Okay, there's the Mask of Memory. All right, what do you guys think? Do we go board wipe and swing, or they have any enchantments left? No, they don't have any enchantments left. We can make this thing huge, put a sword on it, swing with that. Oh, we can put the Mask of Memory on this guy, and then they basically have to block with everything. That's not the worst idea I've ever heard, and some of it should still get through. Yeah, I think I like that. Oh, and we can give this guy trample, so we should be able to look at some cards. Okay. Let's... Yeah, equip the sword here. Let's use Nykthos, I guess. Oh, we have a rogue's... Oh, we have a rogue's passage. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. You guys got to tell me about these rogue's passages. Oh, someone did. I guess I just got to read chat more. Sorry, guys. Yeah, let's start with his rogue's passage like a professional. Okay. So there's 5 white mana. We like that. Rogue's passage on this guy. Feast and famine on this guy. Maybe we should have went on the Vindicator as I'm looking at this now. And we can just upgrade this. It's not quite as good as the Mask of Memory, but it's still something. I kind of messed up the mana a little bit, so here we are. The indestructible counter is actually going to mess with us pretty good. Get the Misfail Plains in. Go to combat. We probably lose Sephiroth if we send it in over there. So 2 of these might be going against Jeff. Or at least... Where's the Vindicator? The Vindicator will be like, what, 9-7 again? Vindicator will be a 9/7. They can block with that. Move it. Yeah, it doesn't seem worth it. Probably should have went in all in on the Vindicator. Whoops. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm a dumbass because yeah, they'd just straight be dead. That's 6. Let's just send it here. Like we need this. We need this player to die. Even if we lose it, should hopefully get some damage in. Usability. Oh, that's 11? Oh, they're going to be on death's door anyway. But death's door is not completely dead, and they do have a lot of stuff, so. And, like, 2 things can survive the board wipe, which is actually a little scary. They keep 3 dudes? Yeah. Yeah, three's kind of a lot. What is it? So, Arwen is indestructible, but they can remove that to. Okay, so they're gonna full tank the Vindicator, which means they'll have to protect the Sun Titan. Because I mean, it's Sun Titan, you just gotta protect it. So. I guess the issue is we don't have that many cards left. I should have sent Sephiroth in because if they kill Sephiroth, we could have done some tricks with that. While that's no, this is a sorcery. No, if we had an instant speed board wipe, we could do that. Okay, never mind, that won't work. Yeah, I really should have went in on the Vindicator though. Oops, I am dumb. And that may be the thing that gets us killed, in fact. Yeah, protect the Sun Titan. Sack a Tribe Elder. Yeah, the Henny's getting big. Does this still have... That's lifelink, correct? Okay, so that's no longer indestructible. Yeah, that's still going to trample for 3. Feast and Famine, Kellen, Visionary. No Visionary targets. Feast and Famine. Yeah, and see, now we're tapped out. And they have some bigger stuff. They're down to 12. This exile could be something big. Oh, Tome of Legends isn't the worst. Tome of Legends. Do we Starfall Invocate? If we Starfall Invocate, they will have Sun Titan. Their commander should go down. This should go down. We take less damage if we Starfall Invocate. Let's do this. What do you guys think? Starfall Invocate? I'm thinking so. Four mana. Toma Legends. Right, because that's like a lot of damage that they can send back at us. It'll be less damage. Land is not what we were hoping on. I think we do it, right? Because we're tapped out, so we have like no blocking at all. Starfall. Cast with gift. Give Dwelber a card. Choose an opponent. Oh boy. Permanents you control gain indestructible until end of turn. Ooh, yeah. Okay. That's gonna give Jeff a great chance to get back into this. All right, we can return one. I think we got to go Kellen, right? I think we got to go Kellen. Oh, you know what we can do? We can put the Feast and Famine on there, and that gives us a blocker against the Yahenni. We're going to keep Sephiroth. We have a lot of mana. We don't have a lot of creatures in play, so we're actually going to go back to the command zone with Sephiroth. If we draw like another land, we probably want to be able to just recast our commander. Nothing else shows up. Okay. This feels like it's okay. Yeah, that's way less damage that we're looking at because we can block the Yahenni and does Sun Titan have lifelink? Is that permanent? Please don't be permanent. That's a lot of life racing to do. In theory, our deck should be built to do that, but oh, that's loud. Nils Discipline Enforcer. What's that one do again? Yeah, they probably die if we went in on the Vindicator. Because, yeah, I mean, a Vindicator with a sword should be, what, 22, I think? Crap. Nils, not available on Magic Online. At the beginning of your end step, for each player, put a +1/+1 counter on up to one target creature that player controls. Each creature with one or more counters on it can attack you. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you know what? Maybe just Ghostly Prison. Ghostly Prison might be... Oh, that's their Sephiroth. Yeah, that is a real thing. And there's some flying. Flying lifelink. We might be in for some hurting here. Oh, they don't. Where'd they get haste from? Arena of Glory. That's one I'm gonna start adding to decks. They spreading it? Or I can't tell where everything's going. This is at us. Oh, this should finish them off. Yeah, I don't know that they want to deal with this sacrifice nonsense any more than we do. They have 4 cards in hand. They have 3 mana up. Could be Teferi's Protection. It's very much a thing that it could be. If that's the case, we may die. Very much may die. Oh, does this have... Oh, that one's not flying. Oh, they're gonna... Well... Okay. If this goes on, then... If both players are still in, we kind of have the Triangle of Death. And Dwelber's tapped out, so You know, if they send you Henny over there, right, they might just Teferis that. We can't do a lot with the Sun Titan at the moment, but we can fend off the Yahenni for the time being. Okay, yeah, we got an interesting little game. Not killing them is going to make a... Yeah. It's going to be spicy. They both have lifelink, so they're both going to win a life race against us, like, very badly. How about Starfall Invocation, though? This just popped onto my radar the other day. I never saw it when it first came out. Destroy all creatures and bring one of yours back. This... I ordered a lot of them. This is going to go into a lot of my decks. Like, I mean, destroy all creatures, get back a Karmic Guide, right? Then get something else, and it's like the board wipe never happened, right? It's... You can do some stuff with this. Get back a Sun Titan. Get back something small, right? You can do a lot of nastiness with this thing. Creature died. Yahenni's bigger. We don't like that. Jeff goes up to 30. But yeah, again, it's the problem with this deck is like there's no blocking at all. Another thing that I thought about with this is like you could use a bunch of like small removal creatures, like partly hate bears, partly like what's it called? You know, like Flame Tongue Kavu, who's the Skyclave apparition, stuff like that. Durgar Hedge Mage. You could run like a deck full of those style of creatures, and that might be able to buy you the tempo that is needed. Right? Because like our thing is like if we shot the Yahenni like right when it came down before they could. Well, maybe they have the birds in, so I don't know that there was ever a great time to shoot the Yahenni, but um, you know, like if you can keep people off balance while you're setting up with this thing, then you know maybe that's a way to go. I don't know. Opponent's at 13, but they do have life links. They're going to go back to what 22. 22 damage is a bit based on what we have. Sun Titan's got the vigilance, so yeah, it's gonna be tricky. We could really stand to look at a few more cards. Also, Nykthos no longer mana positive. I've been having a lot of success by including some direct damage spells. Tyrant's Choice for lethal. I gotta look that one up. Yeah, and the what was the other deck I was playing? The Ivor deck that I was playing. Like, I definitely need to add a Price of Progress in there. Straight to combat. Both our way would be not great. Well, I guess we blocked the one. Yep, that's coming our way. Yeah, no attacks with the Henny, so trying to keep it up as a blocker. Getting back. Ooh, not the Arwen. Not the Arwen. That's more lifelink. Yeah, we need to drop them quick. 26 is a lot, though. Or 22. I mean, I guess Jeff's going to have to probably do some of it. We're down to 13, but we're also going to look like an appetizing target at some point, too. Oh no. Abzan Ascendancy, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Whenever non-token you die, make a flyer. Yeet. Okay. Yeah, they're getting big. The lifelink showing up. What's that to stop my upkeep? Oh no, that's not the one. You can't activate. I thought it was the one you could activate to surveil. It is not that one. Commander's back. So it takes 5 mana to upgrade this thing. Our commander is going to be 7 mana. That's 12. I really feel like we don't have 12 mana. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Subtract 1. So 11. So we're 2 short. It's got to be... I don't think Ancient Tomb's in the deck. And there's a flyer just to make life more terrible. Do we want to land tax? I'm going to land tax for maybe 1. Yeah, we'll land tax for 1. Ooh, not a lot left in the deck. We drew another one. Okay, well, Mask of Memory is going to have to do some heavy lifting. So, yeah, I mean, we're basically on... We need the Rogue's Passage, for sure. We definitely want to... and then we've got 3 left for Mask of Memory. Mask of Memory is better than the other abilities, so, yep. Get Mask of Memory. Quit Mask of Memory. Yep. 1 short. I'm getting 1 short a lot this game. Keep going this way. Pray for some answers. No blockers. Sword and Mask. Use the ability. At least it untaps it and gives us a blocker, but life is still gonna be bad. Bad. We can get 2 blockers because of the 2/2. Play the Plateau. Yeah, get the blocker. Which side do we want? That's Ardenvale. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana left. So I think it's just, yeah, I think it's just Signet and... Oh, you know what we can do? We can Rogue's Passage one of Jeff's things. As long as we have enough mana, which I'm not convinced that we do. We do not. Jeff, can you kill him if I give you Rogue's Passage? Yeah, losing the mana off our Nykthos is hurting a bunch now. Alright, he has not responded. Untap our stuff and make it bigger. It says lifelink. Oh, interesting. They must have sacked. Yeah, they sacked the Arwen. I thought they would have held that because, I mean, that's such a powerful thing to hold. He said no after losing his guy. Yeah, we're going to have a nasty life race now. And this is tricky. We could have also recast our commander, used it to block, then given haste with our land next turn. Yeah, I don't like it. It's 7 mana. See, what I like is that this untaps the guy with the sword, and the guy with the sword negates the Yahenni, right? So that also negates the... well, they can't block both, but it can block one of them, right? I guess it's nice that we have this. We can... yeah, I mean, they don't have evasion yet, so we can throw this in front of the Sun Titan. I think I like the play that we went on, as far as I can tell. Question is, should we have left this in the graveyard because we could block and then sack this to get it back? But we really didn't have any creature. We only had this guy as a creature, and we need this thing to stay alive because it's our only card advantage at the moment. We're basically empty. Getting to see Virtue of Loyalty again, though. Vigilance and +1/+1 counters, so good. The lifelink Indestructible is winning this... wait, is this not Indestructible? Put a +1/+1 counter and a lifelink counter on that creature, and a +1/+1 counter on... oh, the creature gains Indestructible, doesn't gain an Indestructible counter. Okay. So Sun Titan was only... the problem is they're going to get that back, right? So... I've got a private message. Oh. Check the chat. That's not the chat. Yeah, I can't activate the... we don't have the mana for the thing. We had to make a choice there. See what Jeff's got. They're going to send this our way. Yeah, that's all they're doing. I mean, we got to block it. We're on 1 life, so, you know. Or 13. We're on 13 life, and 1 life matters a lot here. And Yahenni gets bigger. Love that. It is still the damage phase. I'm assuming he wants to be back in the main phase. Is this a deck for Brave the Sands or Always Watching? Most likely yes. The one problem, I think I'm more on board for Always Watching. It could be a Brave the Sands deck though. The one issue is that because we're playing generally small creatures, they're still just kind of like without our commander and without that ability, they're still just kind of smaller than everything else going on. That is a final showdown, which might get us killed. Oh, wait, no. Because all creatures lose all abilities. As long as they did that, then we're good. I mean, you probably should have attacked with the lifelinker. Yeah, he should have attacked with the lifelink. He should have attacked if the board was going to get wiped like that. The Yahenni and the Sun Titan finally go down. Those 1/1s in the air are actually still scarier than I would like them to be. Because then they, you know, there's 3 1/1s, and then commander sack a thing, make them 2/2s, and that's half our life. But the Wall of Indestructible has now gone down. Check our mana. 8 for this thing. It'll be 7 after the... No. It'll be... I think it's on 7? No, not Carador. Really? Doing that nonsense. Crap. Sun Titan, get back, Yahenni. Sun Titan. Get back the card draw. Okay. At least it's not the Yahenni yet. I will say, so like you guys, it's not just me, right? So, okay, yeah, here comes the tokens. It's not just me, right? So essentially this amounts to a damage-only commander, but it doesn't seem to do damage in the way that damage-only commanders do, right? When you play an Adriana or something, right, it just seems easier to just pound out a lot of damage, and it seems to be rather difficult with this deck to do that. Ignite the Future. Seems good. Play Ignite the Future. Cheap creature would be good. What did we get? Swords, Iroas, Thran Dynamo. Not exactly what we're looking for. Crap. We probably got a Swords the Carador, right? How much mana we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's not going to be enough to get that back. What can we do? We can Swords the Carador, though I very much want to Swords the Sun Titan. Ugh, I don't like this at all. Iroas is not big enough to be a blocker. We probably die to this. We probably die to. Yeah, we probably die to whatever. Can we get our commander? And we have messed up our colors such that no, maybe we're okay. Command, no, because the problem is, I guess we would have had to hit Jeff. Yeah, because we couldn't have gone Commander, Rogue's Passage, Sword, right? They have too many white blockers to. Yeah, it's the like. I guess we had Trample. I'm guessing it's too late to get. Yeah, it's definitely too late for that. Yeah, for a damage-only deck, or for like a commander that's supposed to do damage, I have not been impressed by the damage-dealing capabilities. Seems to be a lot of setup for a very fragile payoff that doesn't have a lot of evasion. Yeah, I don't think it gets bigger like that. I probably was better off. Yeah, no, I was almost certainly better off going Commander, Footfall Crater, Sword Mask. Return target instant sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. That's a flip thing? I need to start running that. Get back to Final Showdown. Get back Final Showdown. We just gotta survive. How many planes away from Ameria are we? Ameria would be amazing to get that going. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll be 5. We still got a ways. Market Walker. Pay 4, put a plus counter on it. When this creature dies, draw a card for each plus counter on it. Okay. It seems rather expensive, so you pay 4 to get a 2/2. And then you draw 2 cards. Eh, it's not awful. If you think like Solemn, so Solemn would be 4 for a 2/2 where you get a land and a draw. This would be 2 draws instead of the land. I'll almost always take the land more, quite honestly, but in most, with the exception of like our scenario right now, like in most parts of the game, the land is more impactful. We should probably stop on the begin combat here. Birds of Paradise coming back. What's in their graveyard? Do we shoot the Carador right now and have to, like, eat the Sun Titan? No, we can't because... Yeah, we just have to let them get all that stuff back. Because if we shoot Carador right now, we have to give up our command... We'd give up our commander if they attack. And, like, we have a lot of nothing happening. I guess the question... We can flashback Ignite the Future, and that gives us 3 chances to, like, do a thing. Okay. There's enough... The Yaheni and this Arwen are too scary. Okay. Swords the Carador. We're probably going to have to give up the commander, which I'm not thrilled about. But I also don't know that they want to give up their Sun Titan. And they go to 21, which is way too high. Commander for 1,000,000 mana? Commander for 1,000,000 mana, yep. Sack a token? Sack a token. No, sack the bird. Ooh, this is going to be a lot of damage. Can this kill us? You going to put us to 1? Makes another flyer. That's 6. That's 9. Everything our way? Everything our way. Sun Titan, get back this stupid thing, of course. Oh, this is lethal. This is lethal. They can move a counter. Maybe not, if they try to protect the Sun Titan. Throws in front of the Sun Titan. Survive at 1! Yeah. Command zone. No. I don't think we can't afford to recast them, so we're just going to have to leave them in there. We just have to pray we find a creature. We know that there's a final showdown on the loose. Keeper of the Accord is way too late to this party. Iroas won't be a creature, so that's probably fine. Play the planes. Um. Oh, here's a problem. When all their stuff dies, they're going to get a bunch of 1/1s, and being that we're at 1, that forces us into the Ignite the Future play. We should get the Tran Dynamo first, though. So the final showdown is not going to save us. Yeah, I messed up hard by not killing them. The Vindicator probably would have killed him if I put the sword on it. Sword and unblockable on it. Flashback, Ignite the Future. I mean, it probably has to be exactly Teferi's Protection. I don't know that there's anything else in this deck. Nope, those aren't Teferi's Protection. Friggin' Carador. That card. I mean, there's a time and a place where Ironcrag could be the thing, but that's not now. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna die on the turn. There's nothing we can do. Nothing we can do unless he shoots the enchantment first. Yeah, for a deck that's supposed to be doing damage, this deck is actually not that great at punching out damage. And like to be fair, I did mess up, and if I killed this player, things are probably much smoother. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like I am so far not impressed. Because again, even if you make when you make the board full of 7/5s, you still need to give them evasion, and right because they just get chump blocked for days, and you know there's enough time to interact in there that yeah, this deck is it is a fickle beast. Oh, I guess you know what? Because the final showdown is instant speed, we may get a turn here. Okay, so they're gonna get this thing killed. If they final showdown during their turn, I think we get a turn. So we're gonna draw some cards. That needs to go in the 1/1 counters deck though, for sure. Yeah, like after playing this, I feel like I like Aurelia Exemplar better for the 1/1 counters deck. Because she's kind of beefy, just sits in the middle of everything. She gives you the trample, she gives you the vigilance, right? You can put a Mask of Memory on her and just kind of get value all day. She has evasion. You get two forms of evasion in her flying and the trample that she grants. And also, you just casually throw +1 counters on things here and there. Yeah, just like this deck. Guys, is it me? Like again, I know I made a mistake on the attack there, and that like probably changes the game pretty dramatically. But am I like missing something? It just seems like it shouldn't be this hard to. Prismatic Strand, Dawn Charm, and Ethereal Haze come to mind. Could also look at fogs. I mean, I've got Settle the Wreckage, which is a fog, in a way. But again, it's the mana thing too. Is that like trying to get this commander in, use up a lot of mana, and that does not leave mana for like 4 mana fogs. I mean, I suppose I could go for Dawn Charm, but Adriana makes 1/1s 4/4s from melee and is easy to like X5 secure the waste. Yeah, exactly, right? Like Adriana's really easy to win the game with. This thing is much more difficult to do so. Yeah, like it's not complicated to win a game with Adriana. End step secure the waste or White Sun Zenith, cast Adriana, swing away. And that's the game. Yeah, man, it's like it is surprising. It is like, and maybe it's one of those things that I just like haven't gelled with it yet, but it's also like in the modern era you shouldn't be working this hard to make a commander work, right? And as much as I love a good challenge, right, we're in the era of like, and I mean Carador's super old, but like, we're just in the era of like hardcore value. Everything's a value engine and it snowballs horrendously. Meanwhile, I'm over here trying to set up this thing that has no value, only does damage, and only like really during your opponent's turns, so you don't have blocking value during other turns. And yeah, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I've just been playing this deck for too long, and doesn't it's not resonating with me. Like if we go play Lightning, people are probably dead on turn 7, right? just burn everything out, and not mess with all this Sun Titan garbage that's going on over there. Anyway, we are in fact still alive, and I believe that we will continue to do that for at least one more turn. So we should start planning what that turn's going to look like. We can get a talisman for. Oh, we could have cast that for free last turn. Whoops. We can get this guy for free. We can get this guy with haste. Yeah, this can exile some cards off the top, which we badly, badly need. I think it's unlikely that we'll be able to kill our opponent this turn, but maybe we can just keep clinging to life as we've been doing. We also have a final showdown in the deck. We didn't cast it already, did we? Yeah, we also have a final showdown in the deck. It won't be great off of exile, but okay, yeah. So as cranky as I may sound, we are still alive at 1 life, and if we are smart, might be able to do something. Astral Cornucopia, I mean, without the Proliferate Sword, is going to be pretty underwhelming. Talisman for free. Let's start there. I know what we can do. At the end of the turn, if we don't have anything left to do, we can Ironcrag Feet and pump it all into this as much as we can. So we'll keep that in mind. I think we can, yeah, I mean, it's got to be definitely this guy. Ooh, Iroas is a creature now. Love that. Double Strike deals damage to the player. Exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. Yep. So we want to hit that with the old Rogue's Passage. How's our... Our devotion is still terrible. It cannot be blocked. It has haste and trample. It has a sword. It has a mask. Three, four. We're on 4 devotion to red. I think I'm going to wait to the second main to tap our artifacts. Yep, try it. Probably need Iroas as a blocker. I know there's a lot of flying there, but, you know, there is a ground creature right there, so try to keep that deterrent up. We should be looking at a lot of cards with this. First hit. Mask, Sword, Goblin. And we'll activate Tome of Legends in response to the mana. We will also tap this for mana. Sticky Fingers, not going to help us in this moment. Karn's Bastion, also not going to help us in this moment. Draw two. Two lands are definitely not going to help us in this moment. Yeah, Myriad, nope, there's barely basics left in the deck. Get rid of that. Anything else that we can do with this instant speed mana? Doesn't look like it. We would lose the mana. Do we already play a land? Sword, Mask, Goblin. Mask? Nope. Those aren't what we're looking for. Get rid of that. Nope, that's the land. We are down to the Bonder's Enclave. I don't think we've played a land yet. Play the Bonder's Enclave. Yeah, it's got to be a big draw. It's got to be a real big draw. Bonder's Enclave. Boots are not it. Well. Keeper of the Accord. Yeah, like, no value. Just, I mean, I guess, we are 55. I mean, I guess we valued a little. I guess our cards just don't matter that much. Maybe that's the issue. I doubt Jeff can save us again. Nah, we'll save that in case we need to discard. Actually, you know what? Put this... No, yeah, we can just hold on to that. Boots. On the Iroas. Yeah, where was that Ranger? Where was the... What's this guy? Keeper of the Accord, right? When all the lands decks were popping off. Do that thing. Pump as much into this thing as we can. You know what? X's3 is good. Untap our stuff, make it bigger. Still no answers for flying. Tome of Legends is tapped. When was that message from? Yeah, I think we exhausted all of our resources. We have the Rogue's Passage if Jeff is so kind to want to kill them. But it seems unlikely that we will survive. All will be one. What are the chances they don't target us? Okay. Dump a bunch of counters on this thing, shoot all the flyers. I would settle for that second place. Like, if they left us alive long enough to kill them and then shoot us once that job is done, I could be happy with that performance. Maybe we put in our old friend Hushbringer. Yeah, like I said, maybe the Hate Bears version of this deck is the way to go, and Hushbringer would be a very nice addition with flying and lifelink that I could very strongly get behind. Yeah, I don't know. Like, that's the formula to victory for this deck just seems really complicated. Yeah, and part of me is determined to try and make this thing work, but the other part of me is also just frustrated because I'm not used to have to work. Like, you don't have to work this hard with modern commanders, right? If you told me I had to work this hard with like Calemny, I'd be like, okay, fine. But put a counter. I'm gonna draw and discard. Well, might as well give him the old unblockable. Give him every chance available. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just like there's kind of a lack of synergy almost, right? I mean, you know what? Maybe it just needs more equipment tutors, right? Because we have the double strike, right? So if we're just double striking, but you don't have the evasion with the double strike, and I guess is part of the thing, right? So if you're running the double strike, you probably need a sort of X and Y because you need some color evasion, and that's what allows you to kind of keep getting in, right? If you just throw mask on a 2/2, there's gonna be things that are gonna block it, and I guess that's what we're running into. Yeah, right. Like, yeah, it feels like we're trying to blaze the trail with this deck, and uh, you play most of the other commanders, and the deck is just kind of built for you, right? And I don't know, maybe there's something cool here eventually, but like, again, it's the thing I keep coming back to is like, in the modern era, you don't work this hard to make a commander work, right? Like, you know, it's just that's kind of just how things are, right? Because also, like, I mean, Jeff isn't running away with this game either, right? He's kept us in it by playing two final showdowns, but uh and he had a couple he was he had a couple turns where he was set up. He did mess up. I messed up too, but um yeah, cuz like look at this. All right. Let's just suppose they F6 their attack right here and we like somehow got another turn. That turn is probably still not lethal with their blockers, right? Even with Iroas and the Menace, like, they probably still just don't care. Yep, Commander coming back for too much. And Yeah, right. And there's the thing too, is right. Their three mana commander is significantly cheaper. It's gone down way more times than ours, and you know what I mean. Like it's one cast cheaper every time, basically. Yeah, they're sending two just to be safe. I would. We've got nothing. Yeah, the cloud deck's right there. Right, run equipment with cloud. Get a Hearthen home. Watch people die. Uh, yeah, man. Yeah, and like and the thing that I'm drawing upon too is that like I'm thinking about like this game went reasonably well for us. We were first in the turn order. We didn't ramp super fast, but like we kept pace with the land tax, so we never like really fell behind in that sense. And then we had the Thran Dynamo, so Thran Dynamo's giving us some extra mana. Nykthos was keeping us in line with the green decks, so like the deck didn't go horribly. Felidar Retreat can do some interesting things right here. Um, and I'm just thinking about like if we had the same setup with a different commander, different theme of deck, I feel like we probably just it's an easy walk to victory. I think. I mean, again, and again, you got to think about the mistake, right? Like, okay, I messed up the one attack, but then at no point after, like, even for the value we were generating, we never recovered. Like the way this game is gone, if we were just playing Aurelia, I would just cast Aurelia every turn and just whack away with Flying Vigilance, Haste in the air, right? Like, and even if you mess it up the first time, the way this game's gone, you can correct and kill them the second time, right? That is Ascend from Avernus for X3. Getting back a bunch of things. I actually think that Jeff might be poised to win this game. Because here comes the Felidar Retreat, and then you can start all will be one on stuff. And also, this is the Vigilance. Importantly, this is the Vigilance. And he's got Lifelink. Flying Vigilance, Lifelink. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This won't kill them, I don't... Yeah, this definitely isn't going to kill them. But remove the blocker here, ping them down, get damage in, win the life race, right? Oh, the Nile one. Yeah, the Nile one, not the mono white one. I mean, yeah, both seem relatively straightforward, in my opinion. Um, yeah, this deck is really complicated. Not. I'll be honest. I don't think I want to play it again super soon. I've played, I don't know, probably 8, 9 games with it now. The first two went decent, and every game after that really kind of hasn't. And it's at the point where I'm starting to get a little frustrated. I'm a little frustrated with this commander because, like I said, we had a decent setup here, and I think other commanders are able to just harness our setup much better. Like that Ivor deck that I've been playing, right? Like that deck does. I mean, with far less setup, this player would have been dead already, right? Like, yeah, he gets a big shot in. I guess it's not that big, but reasonable. 29 versus 16. Flying lifelink on Jeff's team. Yep. Yeah, it's just like you need so many keywords, right? To make this deck operate the way you want it to. You need haste for your commander, and then you need probably flying, and then because your blocking sucks, you probably need lifelink, right? Vigilance also, right? So you're talking about like 4 different keywords that, it's doable. Grave Pact could very much change the way this game looks. Grave Pact is disgusting. Um, so opponent sends everything. They'll probably sack one. Jeff's gonna lose something. You probably get rid of this guy. Yeah, that's not a great spot for him to be. I don't know. Maybe it is that right. Maybe the deck is you need all of the one and two mana living weapon things and just be super efficient with your mana curve and then cast your commander and then just swing for dumb. Maybe that is the deck, and then I'm trying to get too cute with all this other stuff, but it remains to be seen. It remains to be seen. I will say I'm excited to try out the Joshua deck. Importantly, this will be my new Phoenix Tribal Commander, and I do want to try it for that, but I suppose I should also try it with like good cards at some point too. Um, but the reanimating up to 6 mana worth of stuff is pretty good. Sephiroth back to play. Do you have haste? Yeah, right. So see, here's the thing. Like, so right now he's got the flying and the lifelink. He doesn't have the haste, right? You need so many keywords on this stupid deck to make it operate. And yeah, I don't know. It's just frustrating. All will be one. More triggers. Like I always said, though, whenever you have the mirror match in a game like this and you're trying to show a deck off, like more opportunities for success of seeing the commanders. So, you know, Jeff picking up where we were not able to succeed. Yeah, I've thought a lot about the Hate Bear deck. That might be a way to go. I don't think this Double Strike version is really doing what I want it to do. And maybe you run like Swiftblade Vindicator is probably cool. The Shrike guy, Flying Vigilance Double Strike, that one's probably worth running. Maybe a Mirror Crusader. The protection from green is always alluring on Mirror Crusader. Yeah, Urbrask is a 7/5 is also is a lot different than a 4/4 for sure. Yeah, I would say that was probably one of Urbrask's biggest problems is that it's kind of a small body for 5 mana. If they made it like even like a 4/5, I feel like that would have been because it feels like it just dies to everything when you go to attack. Smile at Death. This isn't on my radar. At the beginning of your upkeep, return two target creature cards with power 2 less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Oh, we should be running that. What? Yeah, that's a card. I mean that. Where are we? Does he have lethal? I think he has lethal. Yeah, he got it. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's a cool looking card though. Smile at Death. Yes, please. Yes, please. Especially for what this deck's doing. So yeah, I am not sold on this double strike version of the deck. Um, I think I need to take a break from this deck though. Like, maybe I come back to it at some point and try to figure out like what it needs. But it has been complex to make this work, right? Because even like Jeff didn't have a terrible game, and he set the pace kind of with those final showdowns. But even him, it took him a long time to recover. Honestly, I think this not having haste. I think this at 5 mana, this probably should have had haste. At 4 mana, it's probably okay without haste. At 5, it feels painfully slow. And I remember Sir Gwyn had a similar problem of being 6 without haste, and it's just like it's just a lot. It's just a lot to do that while everyone else is going wild and Your friend made Bruce Taro Boris Herder with 0 other creatures, and it's fun. Yeah, I mean, I guess it just got to target himself then. I made Aurelia with 0 creatures. It was just like all ramp and removal. It was less fun than it was effective at winning. It was just less fun than I wanted it to be. Right? Like the fun is putting the swords on it, putting the swords on her, and whacking away. In being able to do stuff like just sitting there playing control all game with removal spells was not the most fun for me. Yeah, work to be done with this deck. It is tricky to make work. I do think I need to take a break from it. Um, who knows? I probably won't be able to sleep tonight, and I'll probably just have to probably be able lie awake all night thinking about it. But okay, I'm gonna end the stream here. My voice is very sore. I went definitely a game longer than I should have. So appreciate you guys for hanging out. Appreciate the super chats, and I will see you guys again really soon. Have a good night.